I'm hoping it's along the lines of Eisenhorn, but that's more like Orda Zenes. But that'd be really cool because then maybe we get to meet the Death Watch or something like that. Anakitas, Crossbow, Jonathan, good to see ya. High five. I am not streaming on YouTube. Oh, yes. Yes, I am, I think. I should be streaming on YouTube. If it's not appearing on YouTube, maybe it's because it's not public. No, it should. It looks public, and it does look like it's streaming. Thank you for checking, though. Thank you for checking. I appreciate you checking that, because sometimes I forget. And next thing you know, we've done a whole spiel and stuff, and then I got to go back. So I appreciate it. And welcome, bunnies. Welcome. High five. All right, so here we are. Let's jump into new game. I'm always just going to select normal just as a benchmarking point. That always seems to be the sweet spot there. And I did look into this a little bit earlier just because I was curious if I could add my portrait as a possibility, but I think custom portraits are disabled in the beta because every time I try to mouse over or add a similar folder structure in the background just to get our picture in there, I don't know how. So that's the only thing I've checked out, but other than that, we can choose a picture. I'm guessing these are sort of default portraits closer to potential classes that we're going to have, and I already like the fact that we've sort of got the Adeptus Sororitas sort of look and vibe going on here, which is awesome. Artisanas would be awesome. Oh god, I love the Death Watch so much. Getting one representative from, or at least one representative from each of the different chapters of Space Marines is such a cool concept, and I think they look so cool. I love the black armor with the single pauldron, etc. We've got there's an Asian guy like me, so I'll keep that in mind. I'm guessing this is sort of more psyker focused because you see like a psyker staff, and then here you see what seems to be actually also a stave. It kind of looked like a crackling electric sword to me before. And then I'm guessing this is maybe like more officer. This might be more noble focused. And what's kind of interesting, it goes, are these odd number of portraits? Yeah, so 2, 4, 6, 8, and 9. So I don't know why that's not even that important, but in my mind I immediately thought if there's a class, they'll probably have a default portrait, male, female, and then the next class, male, female, etc. So the fact they've got a 9th is kind of interesting to me. I like how this guy looks. He seems to have a shotgun hanging at his side, and he seems to be a gruff sort of guy. What do we just go with this as a default? That's pretty cool. Let's try that. So we'll have that as a default, and we've got different voices. Seems like 2 male, 2 female.
Violence it is then. Better your blood than mine.
That's really cool that you can choose the line.
Violence it is then. Seeking the advantage. Always on the move.
I'm actually thinking one thing I am going to do, just because it's a little difficult to hear.
I'll make it work.
I think I'm actually going to adjust the volume a little bit. So let me just go to settings, sound, and I'm going to drop this so we can actually hear what he's saying a little bit better, yeah? Hey, Smeeps, good to see ya. Archelon, thank you so much for the redemption. High five. Yeah, so hopefully this will help. Maybe I'll even, just hearing it now, maybe I'll even go down to like 65%. The music's awesome, but it would be cool to hear the characters, especially if they put work into the voice lines, right? So we'll go normal, this one here, and then try it again.
Violence it is then.
It's a little bit easier.
Better your blood than mine.
That sounds a little better to me, I think, yeah. The Commissar says, how can you hunt down heretics with bad posture? Well, you know, I don't know. Thank you for the reminder. Much appreciated. And Prost. Yeah, so bunnies, if there's any sort of balance things you want to hear, like audio-wise, please let me know. I don't mind stopping and adjusting it, yeah?
Tremble and weep! I am the bringer of his punishment.
Okay, that is a little too overzealous for me. I think I'll go with pragmatic male. I am curious what the female voices sound like.
Violence it is then.
Oh, that's nice.
Better your blood than mine. Seeking the advantage.
I like that.
Tremble and weep! I am the bringer of his punishment.
Very Adeptus Sororitas. Okay, I think I'll go with pragmatic male.
Violence it is then.
Violence it is then indeed. Excellent. So in the past, when we played, it seems like they've got very similar starting archetypes. So warrior, I believe, is like close range. You can see the abilities right here. There's charge, endure, so kind of in your face, toughness, and weapon skill focus. Officer is what we were in Rogue Trader, so sort of like a force amplifier. I really like this. Like, if you mouse over...
To know and continue regardless is what it means to serve in our holy order. May the Emperor forgive those who stand against us. For the Inquisition surely will not.
Dude, I know that was probably quiet. I don't know if any of the bunnies couldn't hear that before, but when we chose a voice, in that voice, it sounded like there was I guess, a character that is saying some kind of prayer to the Emperor and speaking and reflecting upon the Inquisition. That's so cool. Hang on. I actually kind of want to hear that. If I go back and choose the voice again, will it refresh that line?
Better your blood than mine.
So now if I go forward and listen... Okay, I might actually have to come out entirely. I'm sorry, that was so cool and I want to hear that. You couldn't hear that either? Neither could I.
Fire.
If I choose.
The witch.
There.
The mutant. The heretic. The enemies of mankind are ever present. Terrible. And insidious. Few can comprehend the scale of the threat we face. To know and continue regardless is what it means to serve in our holy order. May the Emperor forgive those who stand against us. For the Inquisition surely will not.
That's so cool. If you choose a female voice, is it a female saying the prayer? Let's find out. I hope we get some Assassinorum friends. My favorite is the Vindicare Assassin, but there's Eversor, Kalidas, etc. 40K ASMR. It sure feels that way. Okay, let's check it out. This is so cool. It's almost like, it reminds me of sort of like someone reciting the as I walk through the valley of the shadow of death while facing like impossible odds when they're just tired and exhausted but they're ready to get back in the fight. That's what it sounded like to me. That's so freaking cool. All right, let's try it. If we choose a female voice, is it in that voice? Because that would be really cool. I don't know if I have to choose a female portrait or not. And we'll do this.
Violence it is then.
And go.
The witch.
It does.
The mutant. The heretic. The enemies of mankind are ever present.
That's right, Jonathan. Hey, Pajaro, high five.
Insidious. Few can comprehend the scale of the threat we face. To know and continue regardless is what it means to serve in our holy order. May the Emperor forgive those who stand against us. For the Inquisition surely will not.
God, that actually sounds... I feel like that statement, meditation, mantra, prayer, whatever you want to call it, is... It's almost... I won't say ripped from, but almost in parallel to the Our Father. So it's like, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Because there's that one part where it's like, give us this day our daily bread as we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. But deliver us from evil. I feel like that last segment there is very similar to what this Inquisitor is, I guess, saying about, you know, I guess, I don't remember exactly what they said, so I might have to listen to it again, but it felt very familiar, which I think is really cool. Yeah, if we get a Calexis, can they shapeshift? I have no idea, but I would want to Vindicare for sure. Yeah, it's essentially you saying the prayer. What about the Zealot voice? Actually, it's great. It's okay. You know they're doing something right when I'm just reloading the beginning of the character creation because I want to hear the different voices. Yeah, no, I like Officer as well. I'm just thinking that I'd like to try something a little different, so we'll probably choose a different archetype just for today. But yeah, normally I'd play as an Officer, so I'll go ahead and let's see a Zealot. Like, what if we choose a Zealot female, kind of like an Adeptus Sororitas? Do they say something different? Are they different here?
Tremble and weep!
The enemies of mankind are ever present, terrible, and insidious. Few can comprehend the scale of the threat we face.
It's the same prayer.
To know and continue regardless is what it means to serve in our holy order. May the Emperor forgive those who stand against us. For the Inquisition surely will not.
It's the same prayer, but she is more reverent, I feel, you know, whereas the pragmatic, it sounds like they've just been fighting for 50 billion years. They're tired, they're exhausted, they're barely standing, but they're whispering to themselves in reflection. Whereas this sounds like she's actually praying to some higher power, like, you know, lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil, you know, that type of thing. That's so cool. They did such a good job already. This is crazy. I'd rather happy not having an officio assassinorum in my party. No, neither would I, but it'd be really cool if they were on your side. That is crazy. Yeah, one of the best things for war is the sound design. They did a good job. You play as a warrior for Rogue Trader games, what I'll play for Dark Heresy. Well, I've actually been thinking about, well, first of all, let me go back and choose what we chose before. So I'll go ahead and choose this gentleman. We'll do the pragmatic male. We'll go forward. And so warrior is close range in your face. Officer, support from range, fellowship, focused, etc. He's speaking it again, but it's very audible. I actually had to boost the game audio in order to hear it. So it's really cool that it's just very subtly in the background there. Operative is more like the sniper, expose a weakness, allow other people to do more damage to it. Soldier is sort of Argenta, blast, a lot of rapid fire. I'm noticing the same skills here, right here. And then Mystic, I've never gone down the Psyker path, but I think it's just because, you know, like I'm a little intimidated, but I know how incredibly powerful they are just from seeing like Cassia from the last Rogue Trader game. So really, really cool. I think I'm going to choose Operative this time. The Operative has mastered the art of one-hit, one-kill combat, whether ranged or melee. Their single shots hit with incredible accuracy deal massive amounts of damage and leave their enemies vulnerable to attacks from the Operative's allies. So in a weird sort of way, it's like you shoot, you hit really hard, you debuff, and then you allow your allies to do more. So it's kind of like combo ranged damage dealer officer, except leaning more into the damage side, it sounds. Expose a weakness. It seems so. One of the things I'll start with, just as a quick overview, is I'm constantly checking for what kind of bonuses do I need in order to get the most out of the abilities, right? So if you take a look at expose weakness, it says in the formula, and it's one of the things I really like about Owlcat's games, they allow you to just read up on all the abilities ad nauseum, right? So you've got perception bonus to really buff the single attacks. For ruthless tactics, it's based off of perception, so I know I'm going to want more perception if I've never played the class before, right? Exploits, we've got close encounters, fatal blow, percentage of missing, durability, single attacks deal. So we'll want, obviously we don't really want to miss, so probably want better ballistic skill for shooting, and we'll want a lot of perception. Seems like we've got medium armor specialist, hit and run based off of intelligence bonus, int bonus, perception bonus. And so off the top of my head, I'm thinking ballistics, intelligence, perception. Let me just keep that in mind when we make the character, yeah? Yeah, it's not another, well, it's the next in line of adventures after Rogue Trader. So it's currently in beta, and you are part of the Inquisition in this one, yeah? From what we've seen, it's similar but built off Dark Heresy. See, I've never played Dark Heresy. Well, let's choose Operative as a start. We can... Oh, that's cool. He actually looks like the portrait. Hang on. I swear I'll keep going, but hang on. Does the default change? Like if I choose this Asian lady here and I move forward to... That's cool. That's cool. I remember I tried so hard in the original. Look at that. It's so streamlined. I remember I tried so hard in the original to make the character that I control, the avatar in the world, look like the character model, and they've done that for us already. So it seems like from a default perspective, you're already just you're getting into the fight in this adventure a lot faster. That's really, really cool. Try the Lord guy. Oh, you're talking about this guy right here? Wow, he looks super noble. super noble. Oh, wow. I mean, to be fair, his portrait looks maybe a little more rotund, but he looks serious Terminator from, I don't know, this American Civil War. Like, that is nuts. Wow, that's cool. I dig that. Well, let's choose the same. Although, wait, I myself am Asian. If I choose this, is that, even though I'm not a psyker, would that, what would he look like? Oh, he looks like Shang Tsung from if you want to be actually, oh my god, wait a minute. I really want to adjust the appearance, but I figure I got to choose other things. It's okay. I'll worry about that on my own time. Let's I wanted to see if I could do the mustache with the long Fu Manchu. You know, anyway, that's, I swear I don't mean any harm by it. Suit does not do him justice. No, it doesn't. It's high factor. It is generous. It is generous. All right, I swear. Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. So this is our origin. Before the Inquisition took you in, you led a very different existence. It was that past life that provided you with the very skills that first brought you to the Inquisitor's attention, prompting them to make you part of the most powerful organization in the Imperium. Your character's origin grants you a bonus to 1 characteristic, 3 modifiers to abilities, an active keystone ability, 3 talents that can be selected as the character gains additional levels, several specializations that can be selected as the character gains additional levels, and a choice of origin variant. I love how they break out what the choice means. I think that's super important. Communicate to the player what it is that you're affecting when you make the choice. I think that's so great. Why are stereotypes funny? Because they're true. He looks like a teacher I had. Oh wow, he's super he's super ready to smack you with the chinelis and the slipper. So what do we have out here? Astra Militarum. Oh, oh, legit. I don't know if it's just me. Oh, you can scroll it so much further. Look at the detail. So I know that they had this in Rogue Trader, but I feel it was not this clear. Although kind of interesting here, Sanctioned Psyker, I'm assuming that this is part of the, I don't know, the collar. It looks like it's clipping into your head, but I'm sort of just head canoning that that's actually some kind of a modification, and you know, you're like Terminator Cyberpunk, like it's tapped into your brain. But anyway, it still looks really cool. But I feel like this art style, they've just sharpened it a little bit, right? It's not as blurry, not as low res. It's like super crisp. Yeah, it's going to be a good detail game and you spend too much time on the character builder. well, let's take a look at the effects. Already I like how the character models look. So Origin Astra Militarum. Combat unit. The character designates an ally as their comrade in arms, gaining bonuses when both attack the same enemy. That already sounds great, because for the operative, we're exposing a unit and making it more vulnerable to ourselves and our allies, and here, as an Astra Militarum background, it kind of gels with that, right? And apparently will also give us ballistic skill, so gels with it again. Modifications, Astra Militarum, hardened munitions. You have bonus damage dealt to armor durability and wounds with this attack, further increased by 8%. As far as what it's based off of, looks like agility, so another stat to keep track of, but that's kind of, I'll have to think about that one. We got Smoke Out. For 1 round, the character's precise attacks suffer only 50% of the usual penalty against targets in cover. I mean, that's phenomenal. That's phenomenal, especially for someone who's long range, always doing precise attacks. And Esprit de Corps. For 1 round, the character gains a +1 bonus to defense for each ally within their influence. Their influence? What is that? Influence is a parameter that determines the radius around a unit within which select abilities can affect other units. The base influence is 2, but it can be changed. Okay, so you're a character that gets better ballistics. You like to help and work with your comrade in arms in order to attack an enemy, and as long as you stick together, you're going to give each other buffs, and you have better damage and precision through cover. That already sounds like it fits perfectly like a glove. Yeah, you love the Navy Origin and Rogue Trader. The AM uniform is 100% British Army World War II. British Army World War II. Oh, for the warrior? I can see that. I guess, I don't know if you would really have precise attacks there. And I guess the armor durability and the wounds, for sure, the agility goes well with warrior, but I guess you got the ballistic skill and then the esprit de corps. It would work for either just because of the radius. Well, I get, you know, if you had like a gun line and all of you were, well, I guess it's +1 bonus to defense, so yeah, I can see that. Defense doesn't really help someone who's shooting a lot as well. It helps, but not as much, I suppose. So what else do we have? There's other stuff underneath, but I'm just going to ignore that in the interest of brevity. But I like the fact that they kind of hide it, and then you can expand it if you want to find out more. Imperial Noble, Fellowship, Wicked Scorn. The target must pass a metal test. If it fails, the target suffers -2 morale, while the noble gains 2 morale. That feels very Baldur's Gate Bard-like, where you choose someone and then you sort of insult them and you feel better about yourself at the same time. Fellowship, excellent. This is very officer-friendly, I feel. Highborn Supremacy ability costs -1 AP less if the noble's morale is 10 or greater than that of any enemy within their influence. Wow, you'd have to be super close if influence by default is 2, but I do like the fact that it seems to eligible abilities. It actually shows you what is affected. One enemy creature within a 12-cell radius. Oh, okay, so this actually affects specifically Wicked Scorn, which has a 12-cell radius instead of the standard 2. I love that they call that out there because I wouldn't have made that connection. That's really, really cool. Yeah, Vicious Mockery. Funny to insult someone to death. Yeah, Baldur's Gate got it right with the Vicious Mockery. Worthy opponent. Attacks deal more damage against non-disposable enemies. That's interesting. I keep forgetting that there's a concept of disposable and non-disposable enemies where you kind of have like the shaft that you cut through, and then you've got the actual like hardier mini boss type characters in fights. So kind of neat that they call that out. An Aura of Contempt. Target enemy suffers morale loss. If the enemy's morale is above 0, they suffer -2 instead. Well, you're gonna suffer morale loss. If you're doing okay, well, now you're hopefully not gonna do okay. Probably doesn't fit what I'm doing, but I see the value. We got Sanctioned Psyker. Well, this is probably not me. Seems like it's got a lot of stats, and the character can reduce veil degradation and avoid triggering psychic phenomena with the next use of a psychic power. So I don't fully understand that because I didn't play as a Psyker before, but as I understand it, every time you tap into the veil in order to use your Psyker abilities, it rolls on a catastrophic chart of failure, if that makes sense. So it's like you'll have negative effects that can come of it, and then they can be really bad, like demons can flood through into the material world, right? So in this case, it seems like you can say, hey, I want this next one just not to roll on the negative chart, right? So that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's one of them reading classes. I like my bonk classes. Me too. I'm a simpleton, it is. And then finally, we've got Criminal as an origin. Blinding Feint. Targeting an enemy reduces their hit chance. Attacks against that enemy are made with an increased hit chance. Criminal, blinded, negative effect. That's what the enemy will suffer. We got Agility, so great for being close and dodging and evading. We have Needling. The target enemy must pass a metal test. On a failed test, they suffer a -9 penalty on every metal and reflex skill test for 1 round. So if they're in your face, God help you, they throw sand in your eyes, and next thing you know, you're failing all your tests. It's like it's like you're in college and there's some like real troublemaker trying to sabotage your finals. Not that I ever happened. Pocket Sand, yeah, throw back to Rogue Trader. We had Idira pretty much constantly passing and popping out daemons. Criminal Point Weakness. Target of this ability deals 6% extra vitals damage and Weakling Slayer. This attack deals 12% more damage to disposable enemies. So if you really want to thin the shaft quickly, there's no one better than a criminal that knows all about war crimes. I think I'm going to choose Astra Militarum. It seems to work with what we got, and we get more ballistic skill, which is awesome. So let's move forward with that before I get too bogged down in the details. Funniest thing ever when totally surrounded right at the start of a fight. Probably better at the start. Oh, there's a squad? What is this? Squad. The Astra Militarum, the Hammer of the Emperor, numbers millions of soldiers who perform their duty across thousands of regiments. Owing to your remarkable talents, you were assigned to an elite squad tasked with carrying out highly specialized operations. Your service in this unit earned you not only recognition and esteem, but also certain unique skills. Each squad grants you a bonus to one characteristic and bonuses to 2 skills, a passive ability unique to that squad, and a modifier to the Astra Militarum Origin active ability. Okay, so before I go on, that sounds really, really cool. If I choose a different origin, do they have their own follow-ups? The Noble has a dynasty. The Psyker has a specialization within a certain region of, I guess, like psychic abilities. And the Criminal has what type of criminal that they were. That's cool. And you get additional bonuses. Were you an assassin and an enforcer? Were you... That's so cool. I like the fine-tuning. That is so awesome, yeah? Okay, well, we're Astra Militarum. Which squads did we belong to? There's the Command Squad, the Tempestus, Scions, and Trench Squad. Oh my god. So the Command Squad. All allies around your character gain a bonus to every characteristic. The Command Squad Guardsman gains +5 to Fellowship, 10 Diplomacy, 10 Resistance. Allies within the Command Squad Guardsman's influence gain +5 to every characteristic. Their combat unit ability gains a tactical command modifier. The Command Squad Guardsman doesn't have to select an ally to be in a combat unit with him. Instead, all allies within this character's influence become their comrade in arms. That's crazy. So you remember how we chose Astra Militarum? We can select one of your allies to become your comrade in arms in order to benefit from your abilities. Here, anyone within the radius, which I guess is by default is 2, so it's still pretty tight. Everyone will get +5 to every characteristic, and they're considered your comrade in arms. So if you've got a big old gun line and you have like no front line at all, like no tank or something like that, maybe one tank, all guns, you could all line up and stick together and just shoot things down and focus fire like crazy. That's super cool. How flavorful is that? Then you'll also get +5 to Fellowship. I mean, you work with your team, +10 Diplomacy, +10 to Resistance, which is like a toughness test against toxins and crippling effects. So the other squads, we got Tempestus Scions. Weapons deal increased bonus damage to wounds or armor. The Tempestus Scion gains 5 agility, 10 mobility, 10 reflex. Destructive weapons deal more damage to armor durability based off of agility. Brutal weapons deal more damage to wounds, and combat unit ability gains the diversionary tactic modifier. Your comrade in arms gains extra defense. So that sounds more of an in-your-face, you know, I want to get in someone's face, smack them with his sword, dodge all their attacks, and I'm going to do it with a buddy, like a big old ogre in this case. I think I saw one of our companions is a giant ogre. So that's awesome, just not for us. And then we got Trench Squad. The character utilizes cover more efficiently, increasing their hit chance when shooting while making the cover itself more durable. The Trench Squad Guardsman gains 5 perception. I mean, that's kind of in line with what we're doing. 10 awareness, 10 demolition. If an attack hits cover instead of a Trench Squad Guardsman, this cover gains +50 damage reduction against the attack. If the Trench Squad Guardsman takes cover from an enemy, their attacks gain +6% hit chance. Wow! Their combat unit ability gains the Shoot to Kill modifier, which is attacks against enemies that suffer increased damage from this ability also gain +8% hit chance. That's cool. I mean, this seems... That's based off of your perception as well. So you can select your comrade in arms, and they'll actually get a hit chance buff on the target that you're targeting. That's really cool. And you get extra perception, and the abilities seem to scale off of the perception. I think I'll choose that. That's awesome, yeah. The Krieger. Oh, which one's Krieger? So then we've got our home world. The world where a person begins their path leaves an indelible mark upon them. The planet's type, rulers, climate, and other qualities are what shapes not only the individual's body, but also their soul. Your character's homeworld grants you a passive keystone ability, bonuses to 2 characteristics and 2 skills, 4 modifiers to abilities, and 4 talents that can be selected as the character gains additional levels. Yeah. Oh, the Death Korra Creek. Nice. As far as I'm aware, when I went to the website for Dark Heresy, I believe at least the ones that they've told us about, I think I saw under companions they had an Ogrin. I think they had a Catachan, like a Imperial Guard Catachan fighter. So I think that's probably what I'm thinking about making a buddy. If we've got that guy around, I might use him, and then we'll just shoot at things maybe. If he's not killing people like Rambo with a blade. So we've got as homeworlds, Hive World. This character gains morale while adjacent to allies or extra movement while they are isolated. High-rolled characters gain 5 fellowship and agility, 10 wits and mobility. At the start of your turn, they gain 2 morale if there's an ally within their influence. Otherwise, they'll gain 3 extra mobility points for the round. So then you can move closer to your buddies. We got fellowship, agility, wits, mobility, and then you've also got extra modifiers and all of these potential talents down the road. But it seems like stick together, that makes sense. Extra 2 defense if you stick together. Street smarts based off agility and fellowship, so very much your, you know, hybrid sort of officer or melee warrior maybe. Gang tactics, high-rolled character deals more damage for each ally within their influence, scaling off of agility and fellowship. I like that you can kind of substitute one or the other. That's really cool. And then throw off, target of this effect suffers minus 12% hit chance when attacking for the first time in their turn. I'm guessing it's based off agility and fellowship. So that's cool. Very, very neat. And I like they tell you, yeah, Rambo buddies, that's awesome. Sounds like it. We got Death World. The chance to suffer critical effects is significantly reduced. If resisted successfully, the character gains morale. Oh, nice. Death World characters gain 5 toughness and perception, 10 resistance, and 10 to another skill, depending on the type of the Death World. Whenever such a character would suffer a critical effect, they'll need to pass minus 1 less resistance test. If they pass those tests, they'll gain plus 2 morale. And if I recall, I think in Rogue Trader, morale moved you towards your like ultimate ability. So gaining morale is always helpful. I don't know how useful it is to just, maybe if you're like the focus of attention and always getting shot at, then that would be more useful, but it's nice as a bonus. I'll take it. We got plus 5 to toughness, plus 5 to perception, 10 resistance. You have paranoia based off of toughness and perception bonus. The selected ability will scale on that instead of characteristic bonuses like this. Oh, interesting. So instead of scaling off of ballistic skill, you could get a specific ability to scale off of your toughness and your perception instead. So if you want to focus on something else, you can get a benefit somewhere else based off of your higher skill. That's cool. Hey, Mazmek, good to see you. High five. Happy Monday. We got always on guard. Target damage reductions increase by plus 4 for 1 round. The weak must perish. The target must pass a metal test or suffer minus 2 morale. And kill or be killed. This attack deals more damage for each stage of a critical effect suffered by the Death World character. And if we take a look, it's based off of perception plus toughness. So very cool. That one seems to be in line with our stats at the very least. We got Forge World finally. The character gains morale when their armor is high or extra movement when their armor is low. So you get intelligence, toughness, tech use, resistance, and you get damage reduction from burning. You get enemy suffers 3 more damage if an attack made by your character reduces their armor. You get scaling off of intelligence and toughness, and then pass a metal test, suffer minus 2 morale. If the target has no armor, it loses minus 2 morale regardless. So if you're able to clear the enemy's armor consistently, you'll get more benefits out of the Forge World. I'm gonna go with Death World just because it seems to jive with what we're choosing, and surviving is always nice. And then we've got, what type of Death World did you grow up on? Okay. On Death Worlds, the plants, beasts, and sometimes even the environment itself take aggressive and destructive forms inimical to human life. While exceptionally difficult to colonize, many of these planets possess valuable resources that require a permanent human presence, whether an outpost or other form of settlement to harvest them. Those who survive these harsh conditions are rightly considered among the hardiest bunnies in the galaxy. Every Death World will grant you a bonus to 1 skill. How much games Warhammer have? Help. Hey, Elia, good to see ya. High five. Yes, this is just the beta, so it's a new edition for sure. We all need some help, yeah? You're creating like your lead character. Yes, that's right. At least for the beta. Obviously, I'll probably do something a little different for if I'm playing it like the full version, but just to check this out, let's try something a little different. Yeah, he could pass for Star Wars, kind of, especially in the garb. So we got different worlds. We got Radioactive Wasteland. It's 10 to athletics. We've got Awareness, which is based off perception with the jungle. Volcanicity for demolition. Medicae for Toxic Wasteland, and Frozen Waste is based off strength with tenacity. If I just go off of the stat alone, then we grew up in the jungle. Maybe we'll really hit it off with a catechin, I don't know. This non-combat skill affects one's ability to avoid ambushes, find stashes of loot, and notice hidden details, like more loot. I dig this. Okay, that works. So we're from the Jungle Death World, and then we get 6 points to apply. So if I recall, yeah, so take a look at this. So it's kind of like, it reminds me of like AD&D or Baldur's Gate, where if you take even multiples of 10, then you're going to get another character bonus boost. So like I've got 35 ballistic skill. If I click on this once, it adds 5 ballistic skill and we go up to +4. But if I give it another point, it's still +4. Obviously, we're one click away from getting up to 50, which will probably give us +5. But, you know, I mean, it's something to keep in mind. So I don't mind putting 2 ballistic skill as an investment towards the future. I know that we want intelligence. I know that we want perception. So perception seems to be absolutely critical. And then I suppose if I wanted to, I could actually take 1 point and put it into toughness just so I can get that +4 threshold, and then maybe start down the road for intelligence. Or I guess if I really wanted to balance it, I could just do that and I'd have +4, +4, +5, and then I'd also get +4. Maybe I'll do that just to start and we'll go from there. Yeah. Odd numbers bad. Explains all the time we have to dedicate to creating. It's like a role-playing game where you only control one character. Well, in this case, you control your whole party, but, you know, this is your avatar in the world, yeah? Hey, NJ, Uther, good to see ya. High five, happy Monday. If you're joining us right now, we're just looking through the character creator, and so far, this is us for the beta, yeah? So now we get to change our appearance. So we've got body types. Oh, okay. Well, first of all, the female model looks awesome. I think it looks really stern, really in your face. And then, oh, did I completely change our look? I noticed that our facial hair, hang on, is this the same guy? Oh no, that's our hair, eyebrow, beard. It's not the same guy, or is it just the hair? Oh, no, it's the same guy. Okay, never mind. Okay, let's start from here before we change and we go too far from the actual picture itself. So you can choose different faces. So we start as this first one. I'll just remember that. And they actually have... Oh, that looks pretty spot on as well. Actually, all of these... they're pretty good. I'm impressed. They actually look pretty nice. Like, look at the scars on that, just inherently speaking. You haven't even added scars yet, because I think... Yeah, look, you've got scars here, so it's really interesting. You can actually get your face with the scars. I mean, that's pretty awesome, yeah? That guy looks hardened and definitely from a death world. Take a day. Oh, yes, or longer, it's made me almost sick in the head trying to think of all the possibilities before, so that's why I'm trying to keep this one brief. So I'll change to that face. Why not? We're from a death world. And then you got your body type, and you can... Oh, look at... Well, you know, you remember how we were looking at the noble before, and he seemed a little more rotund? You could make it happen. Look at that. So then you can also... Oh, wow, you can get tall and rotund. You can... Oh, my God. It's like we're Green Goblin. We just, you know, need a little hoverboard or something. He looks like he belongs in a class. Somebody feed him. Well, you know, he is from a death world, my guy. Oh, wow. That is, that's giraffe syndrome right there. Let me tell you, that's, I mean, you know, if you needed an imposing bulk and you valued verticality instead, I mean, that's how it'd be. I'm curious if you were like role playing, you were a spacer and there was little gravity on your home world. Like, would you choose something like this? It's actually my type. Oh, there you go. Somebody, that neck. Yeah, he's definitely able to have incredible perception because he can look down upon his enemies at all time. You know, maybe I'll stick with just the standard because it seems right in the middle. Slender Man. Well, yeah, you could do all kinds of stuff with this. Let me tell you. Like, I would imagine, like, if we really wanted to, like, what could we really do to turn him into Slender Man? Like, is there anything? Oh yeah, that looks too cool. We need something a little more. Oh wow. Wow. Okay, you know what? That kind of works. And we did scars. Oh wow, scars. Okay, yeah, it definitely has tons of scars. Look at that, tattoos. What about his face and his arms and tattoo colors? Oh my God. There's all kinds of stuff. Augmentation. Oh yeah, this is. Okay, there we are. Wonderful. Love this. Oh gosh, cleanse it in fire. Tell you what, I like what they already made. Let's not ruin it, as I have obviously done here. So let's, I think they had it just, no, it's a little too orange. Yeah, that seems fine. I guess hair-wise, what are we talking about here? We've got the standard. Oh, I like that. It's a little styled and forward. I really, really like that separation and detail. Obviously, he's pushed that forward. Definitely not super regulation. Got the coif. We got the man bun. We got the hawk. I love the hawk. I'm a big fan of mohawks. The no nonsense. The I'm from... God, who does this remind me of? Which character is this? Like Blade Runner-esque or something like that. We've got some like coils or weaves or braids. The nobleman. That's like the side shave version of this. And then we've got, I don't know, Les Miserables. I think I'll go with the forward. Let's do that. That works out just fine. And color-wise, we'll just do the deep brown, which kind of fits the picture. They've got eyebrows. If you want to look angry all the time, you can kind of look at this. You kind of drew an X between his mustache and his eyebrows. He's Mr. X. There's literally, it implies this like a TIE fighter across his face. Let's do normal. No beard, that's fine. Scars, I don't know if anyone will see that. No tattoos, although, well, yeah, no, he's got plenty of scars actually, and no augmentation. Okay, let's move forward. Yeah, Professor X. And then we get to choose a name. We'll just make that HB, and there's our background. Operative Astra Militarum from a jungle death world. Awesome, and apply. More like a Wario. All right, here we go. Let's actually jump in. It only took us 44 minutes. A face scar, like, oh, he does have a face scar, I believe. Where? God, that looks like Dante. Dude. Whoa. Your aching joints are twisted to their limit. Oh, interesting. So the text, that's a nice setup. Hopefully my head won't cover too much, but this is cool. Like, all the text is here on a nice scroll that's pulled out, which makes it easier to me to read, which is awesome. I like that, yeah. Is that a dwarf on the throne? I'm pretty sure it's not, but... Or at least we wouldn't call him that to his face, so to speak, yeah? Your aching joints are twisted to their limit, locked in manacles. It is hard to breathe. The bitter scent of sacred incense fills your nostrils and throat, making you lightheaded. Inhale. A sharp pain echoes from the ribs broken during the interrogation. Exhale. A swollen artery at your temple throbs in time with the scratching of the Tyrantine Cabal arch transcriptors cogit quill. The attention of those present is fixed upon you, but you cannot tear your gaze from the dark eye sockets of the golden mask looming over the stance. What's the Tyrantine Cabal? The Tyrantine Cabal is an organization within the Calixian conclave of the Inquisition. Oh, well, that tells us something about where we are. That is composed of representatives of different holy orders. The primary duty of the Tyrantine Cabal is to study the mysterious phenomenon known as the Tyrant Star and its related prophecy. I have no idea what that is, but that sounds serious. Yeah, they're called squats. That's old school. All right, what do we got?
Session 2800-432 Iota Pi of the Cabal is now convened. Subject of the session: the loss of the vessel Schultus' Valor. The loss of 86% of Terminus Omega Warband, including servants of the Golden Throne of mid and high rank. Acolyte Iridis Zev. Status deceased. Acolyte Persephone Shrake. Status deceased. Inquisitor Leander de Taral. Status deceased. The accused? HBFT, the Bunny Man.
Oh, what have we done? Holy crap. This is not a good... this is not a good place to be right now, right when we wake up. Why does my whole body ache? Do I know all of these people? Why am I the only one answering at this hearing? It sounds like I'm the only one alive. Jesus, that's crazy. I heard we're the bad guys. Finally, a reason for the bunnies to be who we were meant to be. Well, do I know all these people? I'm assuming I do, but I guess I'll say, do I know all these people, I suppose, but that sounds silly because we're accused, right? Indeed. Who are they? You're in the Grand Hall of the Tyrantine Cabal, yet among its members you recognize only Lord Inquisitor Zerb. Master de Taral is dead, and the rest, likely the proxies of their patrons. Be a smartass.
According to witness testimony, Terminus Omega Warband bears partial responsibility for the loss of the Holy Inquisition's mechanical, informational, and human resources. The death of the Inquisitor, however, is the sole responsibility of the Acolyte. Accused, do you deny your guilt?
I don't even know what happened. What transpired was a sequence of unforeseeable circumstance. I acted as the situation demanded. I mean, I guess I would. The primary objective of the warband was the transportation of a classified asset. I have fulfilled my duty to the Cabal and the Imperium. 3. Inquisitor de Taral's death is my fault. I could have saved him. I chose to secure the artifact. Okay. And 4. The mission was under the command of higher-ranking agents, including Interrogator Tuma Ortos. What happened is their responsibility. Well, I'm not going to push this on anybody else. I don't know anything about the scenario, so I'm not choosing 4. I am not going to accept responsibility because I have no idea what happened. So it's really between 1 or 2 for me. And I suppose just saying I acted as the situation demanded is sort of like the neutral posture here. Although I'm sure being focused on the objective would probably be the proper thing to do. But I think I'll choose number 1 in this case, yeah? Yeah, Dark Heresy. Well, we're just taking a little bit of a dive, Arhagelis, and welcome, yeah? All right, well, we'll choose number 1. What transpired was a sequence of unforeseeable circumstances. I acted as the situation demanded.
Oh, undoubtedly. Leander's death was a great and noble sacrifice.
The projection of the woman in massive armor dissolves into a hexagonal grid and immediately reforms.
And also a painful blow to the strength of the Tyrantine Cabal. Everyone present understands this.
With all due respect to the Cabal, I would beg leave to ask the Acolyte a different question. I propose we address another portion of the testimonies gathered and the remnants of data extracted from the Servosaurium, specifically those regarding the causes behind the fall of Schultes' valor. Inquisitor Zoldovan wishes to know, are you certain of the version of events you have put forward? Answer, Acolyte HBFT.
A probing, unblinking gaze studies your face. Oh my god. I hope we're looking at the Propheticum Hereticus Tenebrae to stop the Tyrant Star. I mean, it sounds like this organization maybe is. It's their whole purpose, but I'm assuming we're part of that now. 1. There was no doubt in the Inquisitor's mind. The destruction of Schultes' valor was caused by a band of heretic Astartes. Oh, that's a very specific detail. Number 2. The Inquisitor was convinced that heretic Astartes were somehow involved. In truth, I doubt this conclusion. Well, it's not doubted in front of everybody. 3. I am not certain. It all happened so quickly, and my memory may be failing me. While that may be true, probably not something I want to say out loud right now in front of everybody in a trial. And 4. Would my opinion change anything? Schultes' valor is destroyed, along with all the evidence. Deflection, but also truth at the same time. Actually, probably good to buy us time while we figure out what's going on. So that's not bad. That's not bad, yeah? Well, let's go ahead and do that one. Would my opinion change anything? Schultes' valor is destroyed along with all the evidence. It is hard to dispute the rather doomed nature of this investigation. And yet... Inquisitor Amazi's voice, streaming from the servitor's vox, cuts through the tense pause.
The truly remarkable fact in this entire affair
is that the Acolyte survived direct exposure to the light of the Tyrant Star. Let HBFT recount his experience now, lest the knowledge be lost to sudden madness or some other consequence.
Well, they actually explain what the Tyrant Star is, so what do they have to say about this? The Tyrant Star is an unidentified stellar phenomenon also known as the Hereticus Tenebrae, Comus, and the Spectral Sun, whose manifestation in real space heralds devastating catastrophes. Each appearance of the Tyrant Star is accompanied by warp disturbances and surges of sorcery and mutation, as well as riots and rebellions. Although the Tyrant Star has been the subject of extensive inquisitorial study for many decades, its true nature remains unknown. Well, I guess that gives a little insight, Goblin Crew. You read about it this weekend? Awesome! So we've got, this seems to be alignment based here. So our first is mono-dominant Amalathian. I know in the past it was sort of like dogmatic, iconoclast, and heretical, I think were the alignments. So I'm guessing mono-dominant, Xenos Hybris, these, maybe Xenos Hybris. Hybrid sounds, oh, there we go. If we mouse over, it actually tells you mono-dominant. This is an uncompromising exterminator of even the slightest signs of heresy, driven by the high ideals of duty, service to the God Emperor's will, and self-sacrifice. And we already have 20 points in it. Xenos Hybris, an adherent of the necessity of Xenotech research and cooperation with Xenos for the sake of achieving the goals of the Imperium. Oh, so more like Eisenhorn. I think I'm more along those lines, or you can say nothing. So the monodominant route is, what use would this tainted knowledge be to you? I was put to the test, yet I resisted the corruption and overcame it. I do not wish to turn my thoughts to these vile memories any longer. Xenos Hybris is, what an interesting request. I am glad that within the Tyrantine Cabal there remain some who understand the value of knowledge, especially the forbidden kind. Okay, maybe that's a little too heretical as a response. I don't know if I'd choose that. I'd almost just... I mean, I guess I could feign monodominance right now, but I'm not necessarily going that route. Yeah, we already have some points here, so... A chorus of mixed reactions follows your answer. Some of those gathered nod in agreement, while others frown and avert their gaze. The murmuring that surrounds you clearly signals one thing. The Tyrantine Cabal's unity is merely a facade. In truth, the schism is forming within its ranks between the Puritans and those who favor a more liberal interpretation of the Imperium's laws. Alignment shift to monodominant Amalathian. Oh, I didn't realize they're different. Amalathian, a staunch believer in the God Emperor's grand design, the fulfillment of which demands unity and accord within the endless ranks of the Imperium's organizations and from humanity as a whole. So very much in alignment between the two.
The Inquisitor's question is accepted and admitted to the record. Answer fully and with complete candor, Acolyte.
I remember an endless pain, as if a vat of molten steel had been poured over me, as if every bone in my body was being shattered at once. Or two. I remember a searing light. It was impossible to describe with words. It eclipsed everything. But in the end, only darkness remained, without and within. Or three. Actually tell the truth. So you actually know what the truth is. I saw something strange. An auditorium filled with strangers, and a hallowed figure of sorts that spoke to us. I mean, there's nothing super bad about that. I'll tell the truth.
An auditorium? A hallowed figure? The ravings of an afflicted mind? More data is required.
Consider this. The Acolyte is either a lucky bastard who survived an impossible situation, or a complete idiot who returned to a stronghold of the Golden Throne's servants while actually being an agent of the arch enemy.
With evidence or without, if we execute this Acolyte now, we may forever lose vital details regarding the nature of the Hereticus Tenebrae.
Look, the most efficient course would be to extract the Acolyte's brain for a synaptic reconstruction of Nemo fragments and replication of the lost memory segment pertaining to the incident.
I fulfilled the Cabal's mission as duty and protocol demanded, and now I'm being branded a murderer? Or two, there is no taint upon my soul. I survived because one of the warband pulled me out of the light of the Tyrant Star. 3. Stay out of my head. I have told the Cabal everything that I know. 4. I will humbly accept any verdict if it serves the mission of the Tyrantine Cabal. Little too subservient. I don't know about protesting that much, but I mean, pretty practical, saying, look, the reason why I was saved is because someone pulled me out of the light. So let's go with that one. Oh, wow. There's the big guy right there. I'm curious. Can I? Oh, I can zoom in. Look at this guy. Look at this Chad. Kind of terrifying. I can't tell. Is that? It's almost like a. Oh, wow. That's cool that you can use this little mouse over to see the full portrait. That's terrifying. Like a judge and the sun, the Inquisition, the purity seals, everything. Hold it. Not my brain. I'm not done using it.
Our reality is one of eternal struggle for resources, for survival, for hope. A reality full of pain and abhorrent choices where nothing ever goes according to plan. In this very reality, HB faced a choice: fulfill his duty to his Inquisitor, or obey the oath he swore to all of humanity.
Okay, I'm actually going to change because I think there's too much echo. Let me...
Anyone who claims the choice was obvious is lying to themselves. The loss of Schultz's valor, of the Acolytes and Leander, it is all meaningless if your bones are left to rot on a doomed planet. But HBFT and Terminus Omega did not merely survive, they delivered the artifact into the hands of this Tyrantine Cabal. Do you truly believe that by volunteering to retrieve the artifact, Leander de Tural did not fully comprehend the significance of his mission? The Inquisitor understood better than any of us the meaning of absolute submission to one's duty. And that same resolve also took root in his acolytes. So I will ask the Cabal only once. Does HBFT deserve retribution?
One of the available dialogue options requires making a skill test. Success or failure affects how the dialogue will develop. Hover your cursor over the dialogue option that requires a skill test, and you will see a tooltip detailing your chances of success and the party member with the highest score in the applicable skill. They fixed this microphone. Yeah, they did. Wits test succeeded. We had a 95% chance, I suppose, right? 36. Skill value 50, difficulty modifier 45. The fact that Lord Inquisitor Zerb himself is now your sole benefactor makes your every nerve pull tightly. The favor of the mighty carries a steep price, and you have not yet been told the cost. The Grand Hall falls silent. Pale faces, clenched jaws, disapproving stares, yet none dare to raise their voice. Then the golden mask turns toward you, and in its dark eye sockets you finally see a glint of living, attentive eyes. Remove the chains. Henceforth, HBFT is under my protection. Another agent has escaped execution. Interesting solution. Inquisitor Soldavan will be most surprised. This precedent must be recorded in the annals immediately. What a disgrace. The Lord Inquisitor never fails to amaze even an old man such as myself. Oh boy. I didn't explicitly, Euphisia. I did not. And welcome, by the way. At first, the Lord Inquisitor's words are met only with stunned expressions before the hall suddenly erupts in a clamor of astonished voices. Here before the Tyrantine Cabal and the God Emperor, I swear my allegiance to the Lord Inquisitor. Your will is my will. I can never atone for the death of Inquisitor de Tural, but I will do everything I can to ensure his sacrifice was not in vain. I am grateful to the Cabal for its mercy, and to the Lord Inquisitor for the honor of becoming his acolyte. What are your further orders, Lord Inquisitor? I'll do the first. Here before the Tyrantine Cabal and the God Emperor, I swear my allegiance to the Lord Inquisitor. Your will is my will.
Enough talk. The Cabal has matters to discuss without you. Report to Quartermaster Numis. He will return your gear and prepare you for your next assignment.
The Lord Inquisitor makes a sharp gesture and the guards part, clearing a path to the Grand Hall's exit.
The next item on the session's agenda is
Wow. Okay, so we've actually been sort of adopted by the big guy himself. So it'd be really interesting to see what his reasons were, other than, because I would imagine he's not just going to want more responsibility as someone inconsequential, right? So he must have some reasons. So I'd really be interested if he'll share them with us, right? Are we just exiting the hall right now, or? Oh, nice. Okay, so we have finally gotten control of our character for the first time. And if we take a look at our journal, it says, the Storm survivors. Following the mission aboard Schultz's Valor, Terminus Omega Warbrand was disassembled. For his controversial decision, which had severe consequences for the Holy Orders, the Acolyte was made to appear before the Tyrantine Cabal. He will have to labor to regain the Cabal's trust and atone for his mistakes through service. Receive gear from Quartermaster Numis. Head to the nearest convocation room of the Bastion Serpentis and gather equipment from the Quartermaster. Fair enough, yeah. Now we are the Inquisitor. Adopted is an interesting choice of word for someone put in the service of an Inquisitor. Well, yes. And we can also level up because we're now level 2. Oh, look at this. So, when I have to admit, when I was first going through the level up system on Rogue Trader, it's got the big wheel, right? And it's got sub wheels at different thresholds. I found it to be somewhat intimidating because I was sort of forced to look at everything at the same time. But it seems like they've really streamlined this, haven't they? So it's like a schedule. So we are level 1 right now, but we're leveling up to level 2. At 2, we'll gain a new feature and then a skill. At 3, we'll get a new specialization and then a characteristic. So it's like a perception point or something like that. And then here we get an ability attack. That's cool. I like the preview. So you sort of loosely plan some things and then you're not overwhelmed with information. We take a look at our info right here, specific to our overview, what abilities we have, what archetypes that we inhabit. And if we were to go back, I believe to, is it, yeah, here at level 2, the only thing we can take is Ruthless Tactics, so let's grab it. The operation single attack will deal 30% more damage against targets suffering from exploit. This value is increased by 15%, but exploit is then removed after your attack. Operative single attack will cost extra AP and cannot be used the same turn as exposed weakness. Exposed weakness does the exploit, and then you can use the exploit to get more damage on it, yeah. It's a lot like D&D level ups. It's pretty cool. It's pretty awesome. I'm in the same situation with the late 7, like, be able to do the DLC. Well, it would be kind of neat. I guess my one point of advice is hold on to at least 3 points, 4 probably just to be safe. And then I think you'd probably be in a better spot than I was. At least you'd find out for sure, yeah. Streamlining would be great, honestly. Yes, yes. Very, very helpful. So now we choose. We can also get a skill. And if you click, what does it provide? It provides a straight 10 to that skill. Okay, and I like the grouping here. It was perception that we are best at. Awareness is our highest. Wits and interrogation, also based off of willpower. Wits based off of perception. Non-combat skill reflects one's common sense and receptiveness to new information. I know intelligence is something that we want to specialize in as well. And how much do we know about heresy? After that trial, probably a lot. After that trial, probably a whole heck of a lot. My goodness, that sounds really not so great. Maybe I shouldn't just flaunt it like that. Wow, hey guys, I know so much about heresy. Aren't you glad you hired me? Let's just come in with more awareness, and we're going to perceive things on the battlefield more easily. That sounds great. So let's apply. And that's our first level up. Phenomenal. As far as our inventory is concerned, we start out with flak armor, pretty standard. We've got a Medicaid kit. We have a sword and a stub revolver. And if we take a look at our, I guess, armor, we can potentially upgrade it. No, the one we've got is potentially better. However, the arm guard armor. Arm guard. The wearer cannot suffer critical effects to their arms. I mean, I guess that's a plus if you're always shooting things, yeah? Yeah, it's a different, I mean, seems like a streamlined level up system for Dark Heresy so far. We've got accessories. We're not wearing anything. The wearer's defense is increased by 3. I'll gladly take it. Let's equip that. And wow, that's cool. I love the fact I know this seems small, but I love the fact I can zoom in and actually see it. That's so cool. So I get an extra 3 defense here, and then awareness goggles. Wielder gains plus 10 awareness. Equip it. Oh, what? Okay, I don't... In real... Okay, well, I'm gonna... I'll be back. I think... If I had a shotgun and we're completely buck naked, I'm pretty sure I could pass this Arnold. But, hey, we get stats, so there's stats. That's awesome. I don't... Again, not quite the look I was going for, but I'll take it. And then that's what I got. Fantastic. Dark Heresy. Oh, wrong game. Yeah, wrong game. Let's just sort, I don't know, we'll say new to old, something like that. And then we also have weapons as well. So currently, I know that we're sort of like a long-range, single-shot, precise shot user. So having a sniper rifle would be nice. We could have it as our primary. And then as a backup, move to sword and pistol. Oh, that's like a 2-handed sword. So standard sword, 1-handed sword and a pistol. We look at the other options here. We have a spotter's bolt pistol. Oh my god, that's a cool backup. So the stub revolver, solid projectile rather than bolt damage. And it deals 8 to 11 plus 6 vital damage. 1-handed over pen, hit chance plus 40% with a single shot versus the bolt pistol, which has a recoil. Well, it has a recoil. It has a lower hit chance, but it does have burst shot, and it has spotter. The chance to hit the same target with this weapon is increased by 15%, and you can wield it in close combat, it seems. Got a shotgun, got a las gun. Las guns are pretty nice because they've got a lot of innate hit chance, I think, but I suppose... And then they've also got burst fire. And then we've also got an auto gun, so more like, you know, a standard carbine today or something like that. You know what? Having the pistol and the melee, at least they work at close range. Nice to have a backup. Let's just use that, and we'll equip what we got before we pick up more stuff. Yeah. Got him, Pit Viper Shades. Give them to me. Yes. Yep. Yeah, we're doing the beta. All right, where are we headed to? A young man with a friendly face and impeccable bearing offers a salute the moment that you leave the Grand Hall. Blind Silvus, Quartermaster's aide, assigned to escort you after the meeting of the Tyrantine Cabal Master Acolyte. His piercing green eyes studying you with genuine interest. Wait, why would I need an escort? Is there something wrong with my face? Why are you looking at me like that? I'll just say, why would I need an escort? Let's not be confrontational right off the bat. I do not know. Blind looks somewhat embarrassed. For the time being, I am only an aide under the patronage of Quartermaster Numis. I run errands for him all over the Bastion Serpentis, and now I've been ordered to escort you to him in the convocation room immediately. So the Bastion Serpentis, a fortress on the surface of Scintilla's moon, Lachesis. The Bastion serves as the base of operations and information repository of the Tyrantine Cabal. Okay, so we're in the Bastion Serpentis. I don't need an escort or take... You know what? Take me to the Quartermaster. I don't know my way around. Of course. Follow me. Follow me, Master Acolyte. Well, if I hold down tab, it's still the same. It does highlight items around me. There's guards, inspect. Well, I mean, I can probably won't mind if I look at some things, right? An unnatural cold one that pierces to the bone emanates from the container holding the Oraculum Noxus. The longer you look at this armored casket, the harder it is to tear your gaze away. It's as if something is calling from within. No wonder so many people are looking at it. Oh my god. That sounds scary. I did see that we could maybe interact with like a chest or something. God, the detail in this area is so crazy. This is the banner of the Holy Orders of the Inquisition, the defenders of humanity, the scourge of Zenith, sorcerers, and heretics. And look at that, there's goods inside. Always loot anything not nailed down. Scrolls, choke, and synths. Nab it all. Nab it all. That's nuts. All right, I think he went up this way, right? I'm like already losing him. Where did you go, buddy? Oh, there he is. Blind the aide. Master Acolyte. Oh, sorry. Let's go. Did you know this convocation room was originally the study of one of the former inquisitors of the Cabal? An extremely secretive one. That's why the corridor leading to it is so inconspicuous. I don't know. Everything here looks pretty conspicuous to me. Take me to him right now. Runs opposite direction. Yes, that's a typical HB. I guess I need to go in this way. Yep. Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much, guy. But I'm gonna wait for you to go in because I don't know if it's like improper for me to just barge my way in. Okay, we're here. Perfect. Thanks a lot, guy. Oh, he pointed. Thanks for pointing. I appreciate it. Do I give you a tip? No, he doesn't need a tip. Okay, perfect. That blasted Zenus ripped him in half, and all because of the damn faulty batteries, Numis. Dude, that guy's colors look awesome. He's like part of the Black Widow company or something, yeah? Is it the same system as Rogue Trader? Is it coming out soon? I don't know when it's officially announced to come out, but I think it's mostly, it seems mostly the same, but we're about to find out. It seems streamlined or at least improved in some way. Maybe I should practice on you, you armory rat. Wait, did he just threaten that guy? My life is the property of the Inquisition. Are you prepared to deprive the Ordis of their asset? I hope you get eaten by a Grox. Wow, that is the calmest response to a pistol in his face. To all servants of the Holy Ordis in the Bastion Serpentis, words have been spoken, decisions made, and a path charted. Session 2800-432 Iota Pi of the Cabal is now concluded. Okay. May the God Emperor receive our sacred service. End of transmission. That was our trial, wasn't it? I guess we'll find out soon what happened. A solidly built middle-aged man looks at you over exquisitely handcrafted spectacles before giving a brief nod. Quartermaster Numis, spare me the introductions. Your HBFT, I've already been briefed about you. Oh, wow. Blind, you did well for once. The Acolyte arrived on time. Blind hides a smile and casts you a look of gratitude. Yeah, well, I mean, if he let me wander a little more, he would not be so praised. He would not be so praised, yeah. The most important in-game world now is duty and worship of the Emperor and being anti-chaos. You showed remarkable courage. What did the Acolyte want from you? I was told you would issue me new equipment. Actually, I am curious. Yeah, what happened to the guy before? Justice. And such a commodity is not available in the Inquisition's warehouses. A caustic smile flickers across Numis's face for a moment. Well, I was told you would issue me new equipment. The Quartermaster glances down at the battered data slate in his hands. It says here HBFT is entitled to non-rotational issuance of equipment due to the unplanned depreciation of the previous set. Here, take it. Next scheduled issue is in 3 centillion years. You have acquired a long las and a sword. Oh, nice! Furthermore, the servant of distribution Block Omega 12, Quartermaster Numis, is hereby instructed to assume the duties of distribution overseer in regard to any blessings issued to... He reads more closely, trailing off to muttering. And when he finishes, he lifts his cold gaze to you. You've been assigned to the verdict, and I've been assigned to you. I will head to the dock once I've concluded my present business. If you wish to continue this conversation, I'll be waiting for you there. Wait, he's working with us? Wow, that's odd. So he's the quartermaster of this place, and he's working directly with us? That's interesting. So what happens to all of the goods and distribution? What is this? Tuma. That sounds like a familiar name. Wasn't that one of the people that was talking? Wait, wasn't Tuma the guy who was the Inquisitor who was talking through the servitor on the right side of the hearing? I don't remember. Yeah. The interrogator's expression is unreadable. Well, that's what... Oh my god. Look at this guy. Look at his legs. This guy does not look like he messes around. Holy crap. The interrogator's expression is unreadable in the dull light of the lumens. The painful bruises scattered across his face have taken on a yellowish-green hue, and the split above his brow is healing into yet another swollen ridge. Long time no see, HB. You look dreadful, Master Ortus. Interrogator, it seems they let you out of the cells much sooner than me. Oh, wow. Interrogator Ortus, good to see you back on duty. Ignore him and walk past. Oh, we've got a history. Holy crap. I have no idea what our history is, though. I guess I'll just say, good to see you back on duty. Rather neutral right there. Yeah. So you've been cleared for further service, just like the other survivors. The Cabal certainly has a refined sense of justice. Spare me the formalities. We're of equal rank now.
Thanks to your devotion to the Tyrantine Cabal's mission, the warband lost an Inquisitor. What kind of interrogator would allow such a thing to happen? Those were their exact words before they stripped me of my status.
Usually when the Holy Orders take your rank, they take your head. But somehow you're still walking this bastion's halls. Oh my god. Do you blame me for Master de Terral's death too? I mean, I shouldn't care. The Cabal didn't put you to death after all. I assume we'll be working together on equal footing now since we're both acolytes. You were punished for a choice I made. That's not right. Well, you were a rather mediocre interrogator anyway. Let's just play it neutral. I assume we'll be working together on equal footing. We're both acolytes.
I never said that. While you were recovering in the infirmary, the Lord Inquisitor reassigned my position within the Tyrantine Cabal structure. I have been given a new mission and a new patron. Make no mistake, the Cabal hasn't revoked my sentence. By the Lord Inquisitor's decree, my execution has merely been stayed. If I can achieve redemption by completing the mission he has assigned to me, my life will be spared. For a little while longer, at least.
For a moment, a trace of profound weariness shows in Tuma's gaze. His lips part as if to say something more, but the unspoken words dissolve in the emptiness between you. And because we've got incredible awareness, we were able to succeed, although we only needed a 5 in order to succeed. Okay, fair enough.
Lord Inquisitor Zerb bade me inform you he expects you in his work chambers 1 floor above. I would advise you not to tarry, unless you wish to forfeit your new patron's favor. You will not find a replacement for him.
Wow. The Lord Inquisitor's a lot of people to do his bidding. Especially people on maybe equal or higher footing, right? So we picked up a las... Was it a las gun? A long las, I think is what it was. Newest, oldest. Here we go. So we've got the standard sword. We already have one equipped. Although its one-handed light hit chance is the same, but we also have precision attack. It's got Tormentor on it. It has a higher damage range. Same vitals damage. This is just a better sword flat. This weapon deals plus 3% more damage for each stage of a critical effect on the target. I mean, I'll equip it. Sure. It's an upgrade for sure. And then we get the long las, which has higher hit chance, but it doesn't have the extra over penetration chance. Maximum range is longer at 24 instead of 20, but it also has other benefits. This weapon deals 15% more damage to enemies that have not suffered damage, and precise shots with this weapon force the target to make an additional test. I should probably scroll here. The target must make it even if it's to avoid a critical effect. Got it. The target must make it even if its armor durability is more than 0, and only certain people can wear it, but not Eldar, Ogrins, or Kroots. Versus what we have, which is the standard sniper rifle. It has the sharpshooting perk, standard precise shot, but it doesn't have covert. If you haven't suffered damage yet, you'll take 15% more damage. And then you also have extra armor damage. Okay, I'll take it, because it's got longer range, higher hit chance. I may not be able to penetrate the armor, but I can definitely start to destroy the armor. That sounds great. I'll go ahead and utilize it. It'll be easier for a simpleton like me to use. Excellent. Wonderful. How we doing? Hey, Sven. So far, so good. We just got our stuff. We got through some kind of a trial, and I'm clicking on all the things. What are we turning off if I click on this? Should I? Note to self, don't touch everything. So apparently the door is now closed, and as I use my mouse...
Mind your surroundings.
What happened? As I use my mouse, it shines a flashlight, although I'm aware of new things. True evil. What does that mean? True evil. What's this? Is to cast these shadows always. Oh, I can read it. And our unbearable burden forever stalks in the shadows. I'm curious if that's a puzzle. Like, if I take a look, there's things to press up here. How do you even press those, though? Like, can I even... Yeah, you can... Oh! It is a puzzle! Does this have to be off in order to do that? So, do they have any symbols on here? Because I'm noticing that these dials, kind of faint, have symbols. So this looks like a sun This looks like a sword over here. Like if I were to keep, can I rotate the ones on the right? I don't look like it. The one on the left, there's the inquisitorial symbol. There's a skull. There's a sword. And there is a sun. I noticed the surface skull floating up here turned green when I was on the sword. I'm curious if I go back, if that was just oh, maybe he's just scanning at the same time. Well, I'm curious. Do they show these symbols anywhere here on these statues? I just see scrolls. Seems like they've got the same stuff. Symbols on the wall behind the column. Oh, on the wall behind. Maybe. Inquisitorial symbol here. Inquisitorial symbol. What happens if I turn this on again? Will they disappear? The door opens. I can leave. And I can no longer interact with these scrolls. Interesting. Does Blind have anything to say about it? He doesn't have anything to say specifically about that as far as I'm aware. Okay, and now I can see the other ones. I couldn't interact with the ones on the right as far as I could tell. Interesting. Well, if I take a look, every single one of the banners has the Holy Inquisition symbol on it. If I look at the back side of these, does it show anything?
Always on the move.
Let me turn this back off, and then we'll go around the back side and see if our awareness shows anything. I don't see anything here. I don't. Unbearable burden. There's a skeleton here. Another skeleton. It seems to be mostly mirrored as far as the details behind the statues themselves. So what if we just do something simple like all inquisitorial symbols instead? Just to start, right? Because each one of the 4 banners are all the Inquisition's, the sign of the Inquisition. So if we just start like that to match the banners, does that do anything? There, all 4. I'm guessing it would open a door or something. Maybe like this door behind him. I can't talk to anybody but Blind, it seems. And what were the sayings again? I'm going to assume that these 2 statues on the right correspond with these 2 symbols here, and then vice versa with the ones on the left. So maybe this is like the top one here, right? Forever stalk in the shadows. Is there anything that aligns with shadow? The Inquisition, probably the Inquisition actually, stalks in the shadows. Not a sword, not a skull, that'd be like death, not light. Probably the Inquisition, because even in the prayer during character creation, they mention, you know, seeing from the shadows. What about the bottom left? True evil. Okay, well, maybe the skull is the sign of chaos, let's say. So maybe we'll do the skull over there. The top right, unbearable burden. Well, what were the other ones? There's the sun, the light. I mean, Inquisition is close to unbearable burden. You think you saw the sun on the right wall when you used your flashlight on it? Oh, on the right wall? Oh, let's take a look. Thank you. Flashlight. It seems like if I point the mouse, the light kind of follows it. Yeah, I don't know if you have an idea like where you saw it, let me know, but I don't see it right off the bat. And then there's, I'm gonna assume this is bottom right. Cast to these shadows always. Well, I mean, the sun casts shadows, I suppose. So if I were to do the sun on the bottom, and then maybe as far as a burden goes, maybe we have to hold a sword. That part I don't really get, I'll be perfectly honest. But I'll try a sword just to see. Okay, so if we take a look at it now, essentially, top right stalks in the shadows. This is true evil here, which is a skull. And then this one is unbearable burden. And then this one is... what's this one again? To cast shadows. Yeah, so sun, that makes sense. Casting shadows. And these are all 4 different symbols. So if I turn it on now and turn on the lights, does anything happen? Negatory, I must be wrong. Yeah, that place, but from a different angle. Over here. That's pretty cool, though. I really like that. Like, I didn't even know about the flashlight until it was dark again. Like, right now, I'm not casting a flashlight as far as I can tell. But if I were to click and turn off the lights, then in theory, I should cast... Now I have the flashlight. That's so cool. That place, but from a different angle. Well, we'll take one more gander. And if I rotate like this... Then mouse. I mean, I see the skeleton. Maybe on the back, perhaps? There's like a partition on the sculpture itself. And there's the skull underneath the Inquisition. So, if I think about this, I feel like this one is correct. But I guess the question is, do I have them backwards? Is this actually the top and that's actually the bottom? You know what I mean? So I could try switching the symbols and see if that matters. So if I were to make this one the sword, the top one the sun, it's possible I just have them backwards. So I'm going to make this one a sword. I'm going to make this one a sun. Cast the shadows. And then I'm going to make this one the skull. And the one underneath the Inquisition symbol. I think I have to click 3 times. Like that. There it is. Does that work?
Always on the move.
I heard something, but I don't know if that was just ambient noise. I don't know if it's ambient noise, so just double check again. Stalks in the shadows. I'm assuming that's us. Then true evil. Then cast the shadows. And then unbearable burden. Unbearable burden. I feel like that's still Inquisition, yeah. The sword is lower left. Oh, for here? What's this one? Stalks in the shadows would be sword. True evil. We can try sword. So we got sword, skull, and then I guess
Moving.
we'll try Inquisition. Nice! You did it! High five! Good job, Zero. Good job, bunnies. Wow, crazy. Interesting. So just to double check here, what was the combo, right? So it seems like this one aligns with the bottom, I think, right? So forever stalks in the shadows, a sword, and then true evil was the skull, okay? And then this would be the bottom one. Our unbearable burden is the inquisitorial symbol, and then always casts a shadow is the sun. Okay, fair enough. Now you solved it. I can tell you how the symbols were revealed. Oh, you can? Oh, excellent. Well, we got a secret here, and there's more loot. Nice. Since friends on injector gloves, whenever the wearer's melee attack kills 2 or more enemies, the wearer gains +2 morale. Force of will. The wearer gains plus willpower bonus divided by 2 movement points. Whenever the wearer uses a psychic power, they do not provoke attacks of opportunity until the end of their turn. I mean, not necessarily stuff for us, but I'll wear them for now, and because we don't have anything else, that's pretty darn great, if you ask me. So we have Force of Will. Not that we're going to use it. Wow, that's look like Sabatons. And then we got Friends on Injector if we're to get into melee, etc. Oh my god, look at us. We're totally Arnold. If you're in front of the pillar and cast the light through it, the symbol shows on the... Oh, really? That I want to see. So we're here and... Wow! That's cool. Look at that! Thank you. Wow, that's so cool. I never would have thought to do that. That's so awesome. So... Wow. So I'm guessing this will be the Inquisition symbol. It is. That's crazy. And you can see we're standing on this little circular dais in front. So you want to click on the circular dais and then you're aligned. That's really neat. Thank you, Arhagelis. Thank you, Zero. Thank you, bunnies. That's awesome. Hey, Ataraxy, good to see ya. High five. Happy Monday. We just found some secret loot. Used the text clues my first time too. Oh, you did as well? Yeah, that's definitely what I did. I couldn't figure it out. Took you a while to figure out. It very smart. They added the little things, gives out an investigator feel. No kidding. That's cool. I did notice we got an update in the journal. It says to report to Lord Inquisitor Zerb. Oh my god. Hopefully we didn't keep him waiting. His work chambers can be reached through a stepped passageway in the atrium. Okay, fair enough. So I gotta find a stepped passageway. That looks very central and probably where I need to go. That definitely looks lots of steps. There's guards. Lord Inquisitor Zerb's study. Entries permitted only after one has recited the appropriate litany and been filled with reverence. Do you know the litany? No, he doesn't want to tell me? Okay, fair enough. So you're just going to follow me even though only one's allowed? All right, here we are. Hopefully I won't get hurt by...
Acolyte of the Inquisition, HBFT, Order Hereticus. Access to Lord Inquisitor's chamber is granted by virtue of meritorious service to the Holy Orders.
Dude, security. Security. Oh my god. Wow. Let's not keep the Lord Inquisitor waiting. Where are we? Oh, I'm over here. Oh, so I just came through a bunch of servitors everywhere. Servo menial. They're all, I'm guessing, doing maintenance. Chamber sentinels. He's got museum. A steady golden glow emanates from the blade in this case. Its hilt is broken and the edge appears keenly sharp. A book written in a tongue that barely hints at High Gothic. It's older than the walls of the Bastion Serpentis. The tomes gathered on these shelves are not merely rare. Many exist as the sole copy.
Keeping my eyes
He's
open.
like, I need you to report to me immediately. Do not make me wait. Wait a minute. You got some books on display here. All right. Sorry, guys. Sorry, my lord. Did I tell you?
I'll be back.
Wow. Looks a lot like our study on the...
HBFT, former acolyte of late Inquisitor Leander de Terral, has arrived. Lord Inquisitor.
Several long minutes pass in absolute silence. Every now and then, whispers of flipped report pages break up the hush. Finally, the Lord Inquisitor closes the leather-bound folder and raises his eyes to you. I just want to take a moment here. Like, have you ever thought, if I'm doing a lot of paperwork, like I got a lot of pages, I need to, you know, do fine manipulations with my hands, stuff like that. I'm going to be doing this for a long time because there's so many pages, it sounds like. Would you wear full armor and regalia and armored gloves to... That would suck. I mean, it's very imposing, very cool, but I don't know how practical it is. The Lord Inquisitor's a bit of an aura farmer, if you ask me. He's properly reading the Lord of the Rings. Yeah, he is. Pretty sure it's meant to intimidate whoever's coming for a meeting. Yeah, no kidding. I'm very intimidated.
The destruction of Schultz's valor, the death of Leander de Terral, the loss of the Iacanthus system. We live in dark times, rich in great losses.
Anton Zerb's hand tightens around the report folder.
Leander was convinced the heretic Astartes were to blame for the destruction of the ship. You agreed with his conclusions. I have no reason not to believe you both, even if no solid evidence survived. But Leander is dead. The evidence has disappeared, and the words of potentially corrupted acolytes are lacking in credit. To force the Inquisitors to delay their affairs and redirect resources to fight a hidden enemy, one needs strong proof indeed. Proof that a blade has been raised over the capital of Calixus. You will do this. When you receive a new assignment, study your surroundings. Seek individual events, which when pieced together will paint a picture of the lurking evil. Why should I have to prove anything? Isn't your... Oh, no. You just... Whoa, slow your roll. You don't want to get executed the moment you walked into his chambers. You're just trying to absorb and learn. Be humble. Cool before function, that's right. Your trust in our testimony is the highest honor. How can we be sure the heretic Astartes have already infiltrated the Scintilla system? Make the sign of the Aquila. I will do all that is possible to complete the task. No, we should... He just said... You know, study your surroundings, seek individual events. We should be asking questions. How can we be sure the heretic Astartes have already infiltrated the Scintilla system? Iacanthus is too small a target. Therefore, they will direct or have already directed their attention and forces to the capital world of a sector mired in warp storms.
I'm guessing that's where we're in warp storms right now. Can you imagine talking to an Inquisitor like that? Estimated lifespan, 2 seconds. I will just say, your trust in our testimony is the highest honor.
Belief and trust are fundamentally different entities. Your reports are logical and align with the interrogation transcripts, and I believe what they say. But can I trust the narrator himself? Consider this question more often. Even when you gaze into the mirror, especially when you gaze into the mirror.
I will do all that is possible to complete this task.
That is not enough, Acolyte. I expect you to go beyond the possible. The time has come when only this will allow humanity to prevail.
Well, you made me your acolyte, while others blame me for the death of Master de Terral. Why?
For many years, Leander and I forged a path for humanity, side by side, through the infinite darkness. Even when our views on the pain of this galaxy changed, each of us continued to serve him unwaveringly. And just as Leander once paved the way to the future with the hands of his acolytes, you, HBFT, will become a new bearer of my will.
Zerb removes his inquisitorial sigil from his neck and gives you a strange look.
One who is incapable of sacrifice will never bring change. But you, Acolyte, have shown enough fortitude to do so.
He thrusts out his hand and slowly reveals the sigil.
Even if you must give up everything and everyone, even if it means losing your own humanity, do it to achieve our goal.
He just hands you an inquisitorial sigil, a symbol of authority permitting an acolyte to act in the name of their inquisitor. Oh my god, I feel like I'm being knighted right here. That's basically what's happening. Heretic Astartes, Alpha Legion, maybe they'd be lit since they're the ones that like to infiltrate, perform espionage. What's with Alfarius there? Yeah? Mono-dominant. I am an instrument of the Tyrantine Cabal's will in the eradication of heresy. Nothing will deter me from fulfilling this righteous service. Xenos Hybris. If my humanity becomes the price for fulfilling the will of the Tyrantine Cabal, then I will gladly pay it. What is a Xanthite? A Xanthite is a faithful servant of the God Emperor who believes the forces of the archenemy can and must be used for the benefit of the Imperium, for in their righteous hands those very forces will become a weapon of truth. I find I kind of align more with the Xanthite Xenos Hybris line, so I'm going to go with that. And it sounds like he's also saying, question everything, accept nothing, sacrifice your own humanity if you need to in order to achieve the goal. And that feels like Xenos Hybris to me. If my humanity becomes the price for fulfilling the will of the Tyrantine Cabal, then I will gladly pay it. Welcome to the team, assistant. Now get us some Imperial coffee. Oh my, oh my. Alignment shift, Xenos Hybris, Xanthite +5. What will happen to the Oraculum Noxus? Hold on to the badass. Xanthite is how trouble gets stirred up. Inquisitors thinking they can use chaos energies to help. Yeah, it's very Eisenhorn, which is why I love it. One of my favorite omnibuses ever. If you mention the Alpha Legion, the follow-up is for people to say, I am Alfarius, for the meme, because that's how the Alpha Legion are. All say they are Alfarius. Oh, like, your, Alfarius is the description of those people. Like, we are of the Alpha Legion. We are Alfarius. That's cool. Thank you.
It has yet to be prepared for the sanctification ritual. When the servants cleanse the artifact with prayers and the tech litanies run their course, it will take its intended place in the Atrium Hall, where every servant of the Tyrantine Cabal will be able to watch and study it.
Why does the Oraculum Noxus bear such importance to the Tyrantine Cabal?
You have seen it at work abroad, Schultz's valor, but perhaps the memories are so painful your mind refuses to accept them. Even before the cursed light of the Tyrant Star fell upon the world of Verdict and you, the artifact had radiated a blinding glow, hadn't it? The Oraculum Noxus is nothing but a herald of inevitable tragedy. The rise of the spectral sun, the Hereticus Tenebrae. From now on, new catastrophes will not catch the Tyrantine Cabal off guard because of you and the sacrifice of de Terral.
Are there any new assignments for me?
Too many. The essence of the Hereticus Tenebrae has remained unknown to the Tyrantine Cabal for hundreds of years. Therefore, you will begin your own investigation of this phenomenon with a clean slate. Revisit every lead gathered by your predecessors. Trace connections, draw new conclusions. Start your research with a visit to the restricted section of the Bastion Serpentis archives.
Nice. Nice. I like restricted. Oh my god, we feel so special. Alpharius is the Primarch. Oh, gotcha. Everyone forgets Omegon. I'm Spartacus. The Lord Inquisitor waves his hand, and the lumens flare in the eye sockets of the servo skulls hovering nearby. I am certain you recognize the servo ossuarium. The events aboard Schultz's Valor resulted in considerable damage to the device, but the tech priest managed to restore its functionality. Alas, the same cannot be said of the data from your last mission. I returned Terral's device to you. Use its full potential to carry out the mission entrusted to you. Is it like a little scroll that it's handing to me? Wow, it's like 2 skulls handing me something. For a few moments, Anton Zerb remained silent. Is there anything you have not shared with me yet? About Schultz's valor? About what happened to you when the spectral sun shone upon you? Speak. I will listen. You can tell the truth or you can lie. Oh, that's not... that. No matter how bad it is, if we lie to him and he finds out, we're done. I saw something strange. An auditorium filled with strangers. A hallowed figure of sorts that spoke to us. Zerb says nothing at first. Then, I see. And what did this figure want? I am unsure. It spoke of odd things, a shield against darkness, the impotence of death, ashes that the Titan's heart would not see. This knowledge must remain between us, Acolyte. Whether your vision was the delusion of a mind fractured by the Tyrant Star's influence, or something else, there is more to learn. However, if any member of the Cabal doubts the purity of your thoughts or your free will, even I cannot shield you from execution. Remember this. For a while, the Golden Mask watches you in silence, before Zerb returns at last to the reports folder. Acolyte, in addition to the high priority tasks, you were to take on more mundane duties. Get me some coffee. No, get me some coffee, mate. Go to the Marisportum Sectoris Hab Zone, located in the lower levels of Hive Sibyllus. Inquisitor Millicentilia and Sister Septima have been conducting their investigations there for some time. I wish for you to render them any feasible assistance, acquiescently. It seems something has driven them to linger in that dark place. The Lord Inquisitor takes out an ornately embossed envelope and dismissively puts it aside. Afterward, head to the Lucid Palace and meet with Inquisitor Oleanth Rathbone. She's obtained intelligence that some heretic cell plots to assassinate a high-ranking figure during the celebrations of St. Sibelius. There is no conclusive evidence that these heretics exist at all. Indeed, this situation appears to be nothing more than the typical squabbles of the aristocracy, and the Holy Orders does not waste time on such trivialities. However, there remains a slim chance that this rumor somehow relates to the activity of the traitor Astartes. That is why I am sending you to take the measure of things. Make me a sandwich, Acolyte. These events are linked to the rogue trader. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. So many assignments. Is the Tyrantine Cabal short staff? No, don't question it. You told me to find information on the Tyrant Star in the Bastion archives. What exactly am I looking for? Find Chronicle Keeper Bloodworth. His post is located in the Archivum Serpentis. He will guide you to the most important sources of information about the Tyrant Star. Am I to prevent the assassination attempt in the spires? I do not care whether another Lucidian, soldier, or priest dies. Even if the Tyrant Star lit up the sky over Scintilla right now, each of them would keep gnawing at each other's throats, if only to satisfy their depraved egos in the moments before death. And even when in this senseless commotion someone finally devours the weakest, their place will be immediately taken by a successor. The task of the Inquisition is not to save those who consider themselves the chosen of humanity. Our task is to use those who wrongly believe themselves chosen in the name of humanity's salvation. Thus, even if this heretic cell turns out to be a figment, use this opportunity to remind Scintilla's elite
that in the eyes of the Holy Orders, none are guiltless.
God damn, dude. Dude, we are we've been given the wrathful license to kill. This is insane. Yeah. Heretic, that is a dangerous word. Inquisitor Oleanth Rathbone. Who is she?
As my acolyte, you should be more informed on the active members of the Tyrantine Cabal from now on. Oleanth Rathbone is currently undertaking a mission on Scintilla, acting as the voice of the Holy Orders. She's capable of persuading even those who usually only accept the language of force to cooperate. Let her use you if it serves the mission, but do not even think to trust her.
Let's see. What manner replaces the Mammosportum Sectoris? What exactly are Inquisitor Millis Scintilla and Sister Septima doing in the lower levels? I am curious about that.
Innocentia nihil probat. Innocence proves nothing. I assume the details will be shared with you in Mammosportum, if they deem it necessary.
All right, well, let's just keep moving.
Understood. You will need a warband. Acolytes Spes and Davis are currently finishing an inspection in the infirmary. You already know them. As for Acolyte Sero, who will replace Acolyte Craig as a sanctioned psyker, he can most likely be found in the Temple Hall. Use them as you see fit. Now go. And remember, Acolyte, time is not on our side. Results, not excuses. That is what I expect from you.
And now we get the device. Oh my god. Actually, did they already give it to us, or are they following me around with a sculpt? Man, he has quite an imposing presence. Is this gonna follow me?
Always on the move.
So is this the device? It's just gonna follow me now? Nice.
Oh, and bring me coffee.
These guys are the only ones that can exterminate us, so we're in good hands, I'm sure. Well, seems like we got a skull following us around now. Excellent. Love that. Thanks so much. We now have the Inquisitorial Seal, right? We have the sigil. So does that show up? Inquisitorial Sigil, a symbol of authority permitting an acolyte to act in the name of their Inquisitor. I don't equip it, I don't think, right? Yeah. No, it's not an armament at all. Fair enough. All right, let's keep moving. And we got to go and put together a basic warband. That's the task at hand, right? Oh, I got to come out this way. Is that right? Do I talk to the servomenial? Let me out. Let me out. Actually legit. Oh, there it is. I got to click here. Innocuous, prove nothing. That's what Inquisitors say. Did the skulls accompany you to the bathroom? Did they record all the details? Well, I mean, if they record all the details, make sure you record it and emphasize certain details. Okay, that's the last thought. I probably should. Yeah, anyway, this is fine. Oh my. What are they worth? Sell them for coffee. Yeah, well, that's how you get the Inquisitor's coffee, I guess. All right, so now what? All right, perfect. So we got to go ahead. We've got multiple quests, but first we need to put together the team. Assemble a warband. Find the Chirurgeon Epione in the Medicae wing. Find a Catachan jungle fighter Haymar in the Medicae wing. Find the sanctioned psyker Sero in the chapel. Okay, so let's go to the Medicae wing first, because there's two here, right? It's a separate but similar game to Rogue Trader. Yes, that's right. That's right. Dark Heresy is separate, but obviously plays very much, and it's inspired very heavily by the experience with Rogue Trader. Show the sigil. Welcome back, Acolyte. I don't even know where am I going here? What is this? Is this the Medicae wing? The ancient walls of the Bastion Serpentis could not bear the weight of time and eventually collapsed upon the heads of its inhabitants. Where am I? Oh, Psykers. There we go. I guess we need to find Saros because there's Psykers walking around back here, yeah? Hey, Reorx, good to see ya. I5. Is Blind just going to keep following us around as well? I don't want to go through any doors until I've seen the parts that don't have doors. Doesn't seem like we extend in this direction. There's more doors. Like an echo from the past or the future, the reality before you has taken shape, absorbing emotions that have been frozen in oblivion. Is that Saros is doing? Ooh! Clutching your head, you try to calm the pain that is tearing your sanity to pieces. Your heart is pounding. You're short of breath. And the vague figures, either a vision or the agonized delusions of a dying consciousness, Play out the same scene in your mind over and over again. Blind looks anxiously at your face.
Master Acolyte, are you all right? Are you feeling dizzy? I have a stimulant, and we're not far from the infirmary.
What are these? Blind's gaze follows your hand, then slowly returns to you.
The gallery's empty. Master Acolyte, there's no one else here. Look, there's nothing in front of you.
Another wave of pain causes the veins in your neck to swell. You are reminded of the last second you spent aboard Schultz's Valor, the cursed light of the Tyrant Star, and that same unbearable feeling of reality dissolving. One shot the other right in the back of the head, touched the figures from the vision. I'll try to touch it. Your hand passes through the blurry silhouettes, and a wave of hopelessness and bitterness, emotions that once belonged to someone else and at some other time, rolls over you. One killed the other, fired a bolter right into the back of the victim's head, and felt regret. This is neither a dream nor a fiction. It definitely happened, like right here.
But how do you know that?
You just know it and feel it. It's something natural, though not so before. It is now a part of you, something that came with the Tyrant Star's curse. You are unable to control it, and it brings torment to your body and to your mind. But if this is now an integral part of you, then perhaps one day you will find a way to turn this power to your advantage. Monodominant Amalathian, pray to the God Emperor and banish the phantasm. Xanthite, open your mind to this new experience.
Okay, I don't, as much as I don't know about that. It's, can you imagine if it was like,
open your mind to the new experience?
You're like, no, don't think so. Monodominant is. Okay, there it is.
You make the sign of the Aquila and shut your eyes tightly. As you recite the litanies, the pain gradually subsides and you recover your breath. The intrusive vision slowly dissipates into thin air. The pile of the ancient carpet glistens with a faint stain left there by a cleansing agent. Fresh bolter fire scars blemish the ancient masonry. Is it fresh though? Like it's legit in real life. It's fresh. Man, maybe this is sort of like any of you play like Batman, Arkham Knight, Arkham Asylum, etc. You have like investigation mode and you can kind of interact with things. I wonder if this is sort of like recreation of events you can tap into. 95% because of your wits. Inspect.
Effective as always.
There is a strange recess in the polished niche. You make out two symmetrical... God, I wish I could read that again. I'm curious. Inquisitorial journal, will it tell me there? No. Otherwise, I have to click on it. Well, there's a niche and I can interact with it. Interact. You have to put something in it. No suitable items. I was going to say, what about my Inquisitorial sigil? But we'll have to keep an eye on that. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, interact. There's another one. I'm assuming I need another item. Like 2 items. God, there's so many puzzles.
That's one.
So cool. What's in front of us? Ooh, those definitely look like psychers. Those definitely look like psychers. They're waiting in line probably to deliver their salty, salty tears. Is that what's going on? The last few cycles have been a great test for the servants of the Tyrantine Cabal. Warbands are losing one acolyte after another. The infirmary is overcrowded, but there are even more who cannot be saved at all. Well, either way, we need to go to the Medicaid wing. So if this is the way... Oh my god, this place is... What are they doing? Oh, they're waiting in line to pass through like a metal detector, and I'm stealing all the medical goods? What is this? On the mysteries of mental indoctrination on the death worlds of the Calixis sector. Inside the compact metal tube sealed with several locks, the pages of an ancient manuscript rustle. The lid bears the title in elegant high Gothic handwriting. I am curious, can I slot that in to those little niches out here? Is that a valid item? Do I need to find more books? Is that what I'm keeping an eye out for? It doesn't seem like it. I'll come back to that one, yeah. Last symbol on the bottom right should show the log if it's the same as Rogue Trader. Oh, this one here? Oh, nice. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. There's a strange recess in the polished niche. You make out 2 symmetrical pits with a bump underneath. and below that, what looks like the imprint of a jaw in the shape of a grotesque smile frozen into the stone. So maybe I need like a mask or a face or something. And I notice I can inspect this as well on the right side. Judging by the grooves left in the cavities of the shields, these statues have been stripped of decorative elements. Huh. Interesting. Maybe they're more functional than anything. So we came through here. I found a book.
Mind your surroundings.
Ooh, hello perception. My goodness. Sleight of hand, 55%. I'll try it. Nice. You now have access to a triumphant stub revolver. Much better damage range, better stats, and it has passives. Triumphant. Wielder gains plus 10% hit chance when morale is above 0, and you can shoot this in melee range. Nice. Definitely enjoy the improvement. Fantastic. Excellent. The gun even looks cooler.
Success.
Goods. Disease Observation Journal. Thus, I am forced to conclude that Scintilla is thoroughly and dishearteningly unprepared for pandemics of any kind. Standing out in the most lamentable manner even against this backdrop of monstrous negligence, the lower sectors of Hive Sibelius are potentially even more vulnerable in the face of rapidly spreading contagion. I can state with full confidence that both local infectious agents, such as those found in a veritable sea of chemical waste and external ones, and B, check for the presence of Somnus Rationis, find a clear path to proliferation. Submitting petitions to the Magistratum for the allocation of resources for anti-contagion measures has not met with success. A 24th attempt with an updated list of arguments must be undertaken. My god, it kind of reminds me of, you know, the Administratum's somewhat bloated process. I like how they touched upon that in Rogue Trader. I thought that was really cool. Acolyte Devane, Infirmary Servitor. Handwritten note. Inform all Medicae on this shift and the next, and this is important, to keep the Acolyte conscious until the upcoming interrogation. Fatality is unacceptable. This is an order from Interrogator C. It's best not to argue with her. So if we take the note, does that mean... wipe, moisten, wipe. He's very one-track minded, my goodness. So this is Acolyte Devane. I just want to double check before we talk. So we're looking for Chirurgeon Epion in the Medicae wing. We're looking for a Jungle Fighter in the Medicae wing and Psyker Cero in the chapel. Do they ever mention this specific person? So I'm supposed to keep them awake, right? Analyze the Acolyte's condition because of your Medicae skills. 65% chance of success.
Adequate.
A sensation of inner burning accompanied by delirium about melting bones and organs, a cyanotic complexion, and unquenchable thirst. These are all symptoms of smolder fever, a disease of the lower levels of Hive Sibelius that with proper treatment usually subsides within a few days. Grant him the Emperor's peace, ease his pain. Well, no,
no sense in delay.
He's supposed to stay awake. I'm not going to go against those rules, although I am tempted to grant him the Emperor's peace, but my fear is that will translate into execute him. And I don't know if it does, so I'm going to avoid that if I can. Maybe I would probably normally save and then try it. So we're still searching the Medicae wing. Inspect because of your Medicae skill.
Resolve.
The Acolyte is pale, his breath barely perceptible, yet despite the horrific wounds, the Bastion's Medicae have managed to tear him from death's grasp. Oh, there's two of our companions, would-be companions. What do we got? Sounds very fine. Oh, dude, she looks badass. Look at that. Oh my god. Dude, she looks awesome. Our colleague is here. Pausing her examination of the soldier's prosthetic, the white-clad Medicae looks you over with a piercing gaze. I understand that in light of the events in the Grand Hall, our unspoken compact of fellowship demands I offer some words of support. Definitely killing him with the Emperor's mercy. The chirurgeon's eyes scan your face. The scalpel claw affixed to her hand tenses with a screech before she looks away. When she speaks again, her tone is notably colder. However, all of the accusations leveled at our warband were justified. We lost an Inquisitor and demonstrated a lamentable lack of competence. Hey, don't start. Did we or did we not retrieve that thing from Schultz's Valor?
The mission was accomplished. Cabal agrees. Dutteral knew the risks when he decided to lead the warband personally, and he paid the price for his lack of focus.
Hamar's keen eyes settle on you.
You didn't come here just to talk, did you?
Hamar and Epione turn their eyes to the aide beside you, and the young man instinctively steps back.
Ah, my name's Blind. I'm an aide stationed under Quartermaster Numis. At your service. I suppose we'll be working together. Or maybe not. In any case, pay me no mind.
All right, well, what's everyone's status?
Unsatisfactory.
I would prefer to decline further explanation. Hamar rubs the muscles just above his augmented leg.
Few scratches, nothing Epi can't fix.
Look, Lord Inquisitor Anton Zerb granted me his patronage and tasked me with assembling a warband to carry out a mission. Hamar lets out a low whistle.
Not bad. You want us to work for you now? Could be worse. Strike me as someone who knows how to prioritize.
Epione's hands freeze above the prosthetic. You notice a barely perceptible tremor in the plasteel claws. I must request a deferral in the execution of this assignment. At present, I have more urgent tasks to attend to. Well, we can use Intimidation, Wits, or Medicae skill. It's not a request. Obviously, we've got the highest chance with a Medicae right now. Our Wits 75. So, what's Wits? We cannot succeed in the mission without your exceptional intellect and medical knowledge. Medicae, we're being sent to the lower hive. I'm certain there will be much for a physician of your caliber to study there. All right, let's go for it. It's a 85% chance of success. Nice. I deem that assumption substantiated. The chirurgeon makes a couple of notes on a data slate. Furthermore, this assignment ultimately coincides with my own, but that is of no consequence. Acolyte HBFT, I am Epione Spes Medicae Acolyte reporting to you. I stand ready to execute any reasonable order, provided it does not endanger humanity or the Imperium. Hamar simply nods at you.
Hamar Davis, at your service.
Is there anything you need to prepare before we set off? Catechin slaps the scabbard strapped to his intact leg.
All set, Commander. When do we move out?
I would recommend visiting the Quartermaster before departure to replenish our supply of Medicaid kits. I already went. He already gave us Medicaid kits. We need to collect one more member for the warband, a psyker named Sero. Epione's face darkens. Another psyker? As we have had occasion to witness, the presence of such an individual poses a significant danger to the entire group.
Just stand clear when he explodes.
Hamar flashes a grin.
Or when he makes others explode.
A most sensible recommendation, Hamar. I shall endeavor to follow it. It's unclear from Epione's tone whether this is sarcasm or a genuine intention. Well, we have two assignments, one in the lower hive in the Marisportum Sectoris Hab Zone, the other in the spires of Sibyllus. Any thoughts on which we should handle first? Hamar's eyebrows rise slightly.
We're heading to the spires without an Inquisitor? I can't wait to see the looks on those polished faces when they see us.
A coincidence of remarkable timeliness. Ignoring Hamar's surprised look, Epione continues. Look, the fact is, I was just preparing to file a request to visit that particular lower hive hab zone as part of a research team. I will elaborate further once we have concluded discussing the assignment. All right, then, ready to go? Hamar cracks his neck.
Time to stretch our legs.
Catechin knows what's up. Yeah, it does. Well, here's the thing. Obviously, I probably want to take these off, the willpower bonus, when the wearer uses a psychic power. I'm assuming that's more for Seros when we get Seros. When the wearer's melee attack kills 2 or more enemies, wearer gains morale. I don't know if the Catechin, I don't know anything about him. If we click on him right now, you can see, oh, is that a heavy? It's a heavy stubber. Okay, so... Dude, this guy ain't messing around. He looks straight out of Aliens is what he looks like. That's crazy. Wow, that's something. And as a backup, he's got Hamar's knife. Hamar's attacks with his weapon do not expend movement points. When he hits a target with a weapon, Hamar does not provoke attacks of opportunity until the end of his turn. Catechin, Jungle Fighter, Lock, and Load stacks cannot be removed from Hamar during this turn. While active, Hamar gains plus 1% rate of fire up to a maximum of 50%, but his maximum MP is limited to 1 and cannot be increased. All Hamar's burst attacks cost plus 1 AP more. If Hamar moves while the ability is inactive, all stacks of the effect are removed. Kind of very familiar to Burst Fire, I believe. So I'll picture him like a stubber human version of the Adeptus Sororitas Regentus or something. And he's got standard flak armor as well. And maybe as a backup, he can have the stub revolver along with his knife, so that he's ready to give them the Daka out there. Yeah. What do you notice about Hamar? Good posture. And we've got our lady. She's got flak armor. She's got a flamer. Okay, so she's burning it up. Close range shotgun, etc. But no melee focus toxin, grenades, and Medicaid kits. You know what? That seems fine to me. Fine to me. Stick with it, my peeps. Just quick double check around the area. Anything for us to grab? There's a new door here. Let's keep moving. We gotta get to Saros. Inspect medic. What is this? A cold storage for bodies? Is this the morgue? Are we in the morgue right now? The corpse of a psyker burned out by the sorcerer's own power. The eyes are scorched, yet they still seem to observe their surroundings. You could say Epione is hot. When you need more Daka? Always. Okay, can't talk to these Medicaid. And goods? Wait, how am I gonna reach this guy up here? Can I? I assume I need to, like, use... Like, when I click on it, it doesn't do anything. I assume I either need to send something to get it, or I would need to, you know, extend these. Oh, can I make stairs? Legit. I can interact with this in theory if I could reach. I can interact with this. Interesting. What about elsewhere? Oh my god, there's so many puzzles in this area. Amazeballs. All of a sudden, I'm thinking of Baldur's Gate where you can get fly. Oh, there's a thing right there. Nice. Then do I open this? Can I step on it? Yes, I can. Oh my god.
Never still for
Look at that. That's crazy. Wow. Look at this. This is some dedication to looting a corpse, if you ask me. In the Emperor's name, give us all of your goodies. Oh, wow. I jumped right to him in order to grab this. Requires... Is this... Dude, that icon looks very Adeptus Sororitas. Brawler armor requires heavy armor proficiency. Armor durability. God, now I wish I were a warrior so I could use this. It looks so cool. Literally a stairway to heaven. Well, I'm definitely getting that. That's awesome. Unfortunately, it doesn't sound like Saros is going to be able to wear that. I am curious. The Catechin, not that it necessarily makes sense. Can he utilize... Does he have proficiencies for any... I doubt it, but heavy weapon proficiency... Yeah, I don't think he has any heavy armor proficiency. If we take a look at our girl, field surgery, chirurgeon, yeah, negative. I had to ask. But man, if you're a melee fighter right from the get-go, that's a good one to find. That is super cool looking. I really want to see that. Even if we got a melee companion, I'm curious if they could even wear it. Very specific. All right, we're backtracking here. There may be more to look at. I mean, there probably is. Like, I still don't know if I can really interact with these things. I don't have any items yet that are compatible, let's say. So we've been to the Medicaid. We now need to go to try to find Saros. And there's also the archives where we need to find more information. We can go to the restricted section. Ooh, we found a hidden thing with perception. Apparently goods are inside. Can I grab that? Skull branded in its right eye socket. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, can I go back now? Is that, will that fit? That looks very much like it fit in a recess. And they did mention a jaw on the left one, right? Didn't they? I think it was actually over here, and I think I didn't go that way, so I should probably check that out. But take a look at this. So this one had the words about a jaw. So if I click on it and put this here. Nice. I don't know what that did, but it's in there now. Okay, so we got one thing in there. The one on the right, I think, had to do with a shield, right? Just double check. What did it say here? Hey, Bahadur, thank you so much for the redemption to hydrate. Judging by the grooves left in the cavities of their shields, these statues have been stripped of decorative elements. Maybe we just need another skull, perhaps, yeah? Thank you very much. I realize we haven't even fought or... Oh, what is that? What is that? Did you see that? Ancient carpet glistens. How did I trigger that? How did that happen? I don't know what happened there, but it looked like we detected something. Interesting. All right, all characters. I haven't gone this way, so let's take a look. Apparently, we paused because... Did we notice something? Usually, it'll pause when you either encounter something you've detected. Oh, like that. Take a look at that. We noticed something here. You can use sleight of hand to open this right in front of the Medicaid staff. Yes, try that. Nice. We've got some goods that we can use to sell. We are not rich, so we got to take every advantage. Wow, our perception is paying off right now. We're picking up all the secret stuff. Just take anything. If it's not nailed down, take it. That's how we... How else do you think we're going to serve the Emperor's will? My God. All right, let's open different doors here. No entry allowed until the circumstances surrounding the agent's death have been determined. I cannot let you through. Really? He and I have been serving the same Inquisitor for 5 years. Let me in. The door to the hall is shut tight. The script upon it forms words nearly erased by time. The death, something, the living? I guess just an inscription. Take everything not nailed down, and if you can pry the nails loose, it's not nailed down. Not anymore, it ain't. All right, where are we at now? New location. New door. Oh my God, Marisportum. Oh, we need to go here, Marisportum. And if I take a look... Here we go. Inquisitor Millicentilia and Battle Sister Septima are in the Marisportum Sectoris, one of the lower hab zones of Hive Sibyllus. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not in the Hive right now, I don't think, right? He's a local of the Marisportum. I'll tell you everything, Master Interrogator, everything and about everyone, about myself too, how I lied, betrayed, and led others to heresy. Oh, that... Don't say that. Can you help the sick acolyte? Maybe. I'm just nervous about the outcome of me choosing a wrong thing. Oh, look at that. They've got like an anatomical study statue. And secret? Oh my goodness. Hello, nurse. Wow. All of these are just goods for wealth, I think. That's phenomenal. Here, what I can do is I'll quick save, and we can swing by the sick acolyte and see if maybe we don't execute him by shooting him in the face. I'm pretty sure he was over here, right? Yeah, we can't... Oh, this is where we can't go, right? Because there's a guy there. Yeah, can't go through there. And we went through here, and it was in here with a cage. There's the acolyte. Okay, so if I were to talk to him... Let's quick save. And we were to select him, grant him ease his pain. So probably, what if he goes to sleep if I ease his pain and he's not supposed to go to sleep? Uh-oh. My bones and skin are no longer melting. Why? Praise the Emperor, you lost a Medicaid kit. Oh, okay. Analyze Acolyte's condition. Honestly, it's the same. And examine him. Infirmary Servitor, wipe, wipe, wipe. Well, we used up a kit, and now he's not in pain. So, yay for us. I don't know what that does, but nice. I mean, at least we were good people. Probably could have used that Medicaid kit, but that's okay. It's better to serve the Emperor than not. So, let's continue. I'm curious if that's going to come into play later. At least he's awake, right? Because maybe he would have passed out with the pain or something. Cut off his legs, probably. All right, so we did go left, and then we were out here, and then we dove into this side, we dove into that side, we checked that, got some loot. There's more doors right here. Seems like storage facilities. There's another acolyte. We just barge into his chambers. Do you confess that the deliberate distortion of the Imperial Creed? Remember, voluntary admission will greatly facilitate the work of the investigation. There's not even anyone there. Is he just practicing interrogation techniques? Forgive a heretic, empathize with the Xenos, reconcile with a witch. You deserve execution, if only out of pity, as one who's clearly insane. You know what this guy is? He's an acolyte who's pretending to be an interrogator. Like, he's, you know how you play, you're a kid and you play make-believe, you're like, oh, I got you. Oh, I'm hurt. And you play war and stuff like that. It's an acolyte with no one in the chair, playing with his toys, just pretending like he's interrogating someone who's not there. Oh my God, that is, I mean, At least he's practicing, and practice is excellent. Latent Psyker. I didn't know. I swear I didn't know. I thought everyone was like that. What if there's always music playing in my head? What of it? Oh my god. Not good. This is not a good place. Nobody wants to be here.
Moving.
Keep moving. I'm guessing this is where I'll find all the Psychers. What is this? Goods. Oh, we found like a storage cabinet. Fantastic. Well, let's get the goods first. We can get more goods. Excellent. Those are just random items to sell, I assume, yeah. Force access, 55% with attack use. Access received. Wow, we're getting really lucky here. So access received to what? If we move down, will it tell us? Or can I now click on it? I'm surprised Blind the Aid is okay with this. Receive equipment 5 to 1 S119. Examine. This machine gives the Bastion's Acolyte access to personal training equipment. Receive equipment. Oh, it delivers it to us. You have been given a knife. All right. Can I receive S119? Wow, it's like a replicator in Star Trek. What? You get a what's like a chain axe? You get flak armor? Okay, well, I mean, that it's like different looking flak armor and some goods. Excellent. Like that. You get an axe and flak armor and high octane promethium canisters. This receive equipment S48. Let's go. Yeah. Kitchen knife. Yeah, you know how it is. You now have been given a Braveheart Claymore. Wow, glad you could provide. Thank you so much, computer. S119. Do you have anything there? Or are we ready to grab that? Okay, that's fine. Don't worry about it. S48. S48. Call in once, call in twice. Yep. Oh, did I grab all these already? And then what about I7? Is that a new coprocessor? Excellent. How big is that inventory? We get a pistol and an axe. That's not a pistol. That's a freaking bolt pistol. Just double check. 312. I'm pretty sure we've gone in everything now. Oh, no, I did not. You also can get an old chain sword and flak armor with more durability but less damage reduction. All right, what else? We did I7. If I click on it again, will that... It'll just be nothing, right? Yeah, nothing there. 312, 48, receive standard equipment. I'm pretty sure we got everything. Wow, that was nice. That was nice. I'll have to equip some people once we get Saros. Fantastic. Wow. Glad we went that way. Oh yeah, already came that way. We were heading in this direction, so off we go. Exercitor Sergeant, training acolyte. Oh, it's like a boxing gym. But he's fighting against a servitor who could definitely kill him. Holy moly. Does he want to talk to us? Awaiting initiation of training engagement. Warning, lethality parameters are set to maximum. Learned this trick from Sergeant Zev. Saved my hide 3 times already. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm glad it saved your hide. You got a big old claymore. Why don't you smack that guy with it? All right. Well, keep training, guys. Keep it up. Keep it up. Excellent. New door out this way. Man, there was so much to loot. Oh, this is another loot computer. I love this.
Always on the move.
You've noticed more things to steal. Okay, excellent. Sleight of hand, 65%. Yes. Nice. Oh my goodness, man, this is super profitable. Man, glad we're doing it. Yep. Just don't mind us. Practice basic combat techniques. Oh, really? Will it let me? Requires a melee weapon. Oh, all I got to do is switch, right? I believe if I go to my inventory and I go to 2 like this, now I have a melee weapon.
Never still.
So if I click on it, 55% reflexes.
Resolved.
Oh, okay. So it's like... So basically, it's an Imperium-sanctioned YouTube video on close quarters fighting. He's all like, first, shift your offhand to the backside and make sure you're swinging with most of your weight. Yeah, good job. But you haven't even, like, done anything yet. Yeah, you got the hang of it. You'll be killing psychers in no time. It's like, I feel better already. Thanks for letting me practice. Best looters in Warhammer 40K, the Inquisitor will be proud. Hey, he said investigate our environment. That is exactly what we're doing. We're just getting hands-on with all the stuff, as Crossbow said, not nailed down. Just holding down, just checking things out. Don't worry. Soon to be Future Inquisitor coming through, guys. Coming through. Future Inquisitor. Make way. I'm here to inspect all the goods, if you know what I mean. Marksmanship training. Excellent. Oh, nice. Well, I love to train our marksmanship. We should be pretty good with it. I forget what the fast hotkey is for that. Oh, I guess it's right here. I could switch between weapon sets. Shoot at stationary targets.
Adequate.
Oh, yeah, nice. Well, we got a little free experience. That's awesome. Can the other guys do it? Like, if I were to say, well, he's got a knife. Like, if he were to switch, can he do something? Practice advanced combat techniques. Oh, my God. Is it because we already did the basic? Like, if I try again. Practice advanced combat techniques. 40% chance of success with your reflexes. Nice. Man, we're getting free experience. I never expected the long last to sound like that, actually. Here, come on over, guys.
My eyes open.
Perfect your skills. 10% chance the best character for this action is Epione. So she comes in. It's still 10%. Oh my God. I guess her reflexes are the highest. Yeah, I missed. We totally missed. Interesting. Well, I'm guessing that it would be good to at least try the advanced technique, because maybe it's free experience that we can get and then we'll move on. But kind of neat. I don't know if I'm necessarily the best for this, so we'll just switch weapon sets because we're a little stuck, it appears. And then we will head out. We are fortunately in possession of a sword and 50% chance of advanced combat technique success as we swing it in the air. Oh, I just realized it's like, do you remember in the arcades they had Zoltar the fortune teller? Like, look at that. It's the top half of like a servitor or something that you're swinging at. Practice advanced combat techniques. Is it because I did not pass that time? I don't know. I'm guessing I'd get experience if I succeeded. Oh, well, it's fine. I don't, that's not really my forte anyway. Okay, well, let's just switch on over.
We mustn't linger.
To our primary, and let's continue. Is there a map out here? Oh my God. Wow. So there was loot that I missed. I should have been paying attention to the frickin' map. Oh my goodness. Wow, this is insane. So this is Infirmary, Atrium. This is the Convocation Room. I do need to go there. That's for sure. Exercitor Sergeant, I'm guessing for like exercise and stuff like that. Archivum Serpentis. So those are all places I need to go. Okay, fair enough. Wow. Well, let's stop by this loot first. The map would have been so helpful. We never say no to even more loot. Oh, you know what? I think the loot is the loot that I placed into the socket, but I will double check just in case. Yeah, if I hold down tab, you can see the thing that I can loot is actually this, I believe, right? So if I hit map, just to double check, I'm right next to it. It is, in fact, the thing that I put in that I can take, I believe, right? So let's go to the Convocation Room. That's the last of our peeps, and we'll grab everybody, and we'll head on over. Nice thing is, you can actually... There's an option under settings that allows you to have the camera follow your character as they move, and they're moving rather rapidly, which is kind of cool, so you don't have to wait for as long, which is kind of nice. Yeah, it's always Dark Heresy, never bright and cheery Heresy. Heresy is super dark, and welcome, friend. What is this? Oh, well, we know what to do here, right? We know what to do. Look at that sun. Wait, is this the same thing? Oh, this is the same room. Oh my God, this is the Convocation Room. So I'm in there already, right? So, oops, hang on. Zoom out. So I need to go through here. Oh, I didn't realize that that's the same room that I was at. Apparently we detected something. Is that right? What do we detect? I like how everyone's gathered here now and I'm just like turning off the lights. Well, I thought I could go through there. I don't think talking to these guys is going to help. Status code, flesh and logic are in disharmony. Okay, well, forget about that one. We'll return to it. Let's at least head to Archivum Serpentis. So if we head out this way and access Lador, that should take us where we need to go. Oh, it's like we don't know how to get there. Interesting. Well, this is the Atrium, Tuma, Quartermaster Numis. Well, she did say we should stock up on Medicaid kits, so I guess, you know, for lack of something else, we can always come here and stock up on Medicaid kits in theory, right? It's down this way. Yep, there they are. What's up, my guy? Try working with your hands for a change instead of your mouth. Oh my god, this guy's got an attitude. Everyone does what they do best. Do not forget to file a confessional report with the Chancellorium for the damaged armor that you had. Come back for the rest later at the docks. Okay, fair enough. Never mind. Is there anything out this way? Is this towards the docks? Which I probably don't want to go to yet. Arcoflagellant. Obviously, we want to move, and within our vicinity, our perception may guide us to new things. And this will take us to Terminal Lachesis Omega. Okay, yeah, so I think this is exiting here. So I probably don't want to go here just yet, because I still need to go to the archive. Probably, it looks like the closest place is here. That might guide us there, right? I can probably gain access through this gate right here, and that's probably how I do it, right? Every time you say we know what to do, I hear faint echo war crimes. Yes. Welcome, Azicus. High five. Happy Monday. Yep, there it is. Excuse me, I need to pass. Welcome back, Acolyte. Nice. Now we've got access to a whole new wing. Sister Helena. Dude, look at this lady. Sister Septima conveys her sincere condolences. Master de Toral was a worthy man. Dude, her armor is crazy. She definitely looks like Sisters of Battle.
At once.
But a different order. So to the left side is the archive. She does look like it, huh? Acolytes lore heresy 75%. Oh, see, I had an opportunity to learn more about heresy. I should tell you, Chronicle Keeper Kraymore fell tragic victim to the corrupting influence of a heretical tome seized from some cult. Now the Archivum Serpentis is run by an even harsher old man. Who would have thought? Well, let's take a look. This ancient tome contains an impressive collection of historical essays, personal notes, lost chronicles, and encrypted documents regarding the founding of the Calixian conclave of the Inquisition. Why is that heretical? Learning more about where the conclave came from? That's heretical? Representatives of the ecclesiarchy would deem the contents of most of the books in the open archive section to be at best controversial. I guess I should talk to the Chronicle Keeper. That was the... Oh, after I take some stuff. He's got some goods here, in theory. Nice. I don't know why he's got flammable promethium containers, but there it is. You cannot know the dark ages of Inquisition. The gaunt man raises his augmented eyes to you. The massive ocular lenses whir as they grind into focus upon your face. Ah, are you the acolyte who recently delivered a most remarkable artifact from the Iocanthus system? It was originally described by the Zen archaeologist Marcus Lucius Trenzus in his Contemplations. A great achievement for the Tyrantine Cabal, all thanks to you. The man nods in approval. Who are you? I have not seen you here before. Master Acolyte, you're not listening to me at all, are you? An unfortunate accident occurred with the previous Chronicle Keeper, and this is... I'm Chronicle Keeper Bloodworth, assigned to the Archivum Serpentis on the Lord Inquisitor's orders 2 cycles and a dozen turns ago. I oversee the preservation of tomes, scrolls, documents, and most importantly, history itself, as the keepers before me have done. Yes, that should be comprehensive enough. Could you tell me more about the Archivum Serpentis? With a dry, nearly emaciated hand, he gestures across the hall. This abode allows one to barely scratch the surface of the knowledge that lies embedded within the depths of the Bastion Serpentis. Only the most frequently requested and most necessary to peruse works are assembled here. The true treasure is concealed from uninitiated eyes in the restricted section, and even deeper than that,
If one day you decide to devote your life to the preservation, I shall assist you in drafting a petition for transfer into our cohort. To begin your acquaintance with this section, I would recommend exploring the archival shelves. Choose something light at first. The memoirs of Inquisitor Vaunus Cade, for instance. You may also consult the auditory records stored within the cogitator on the level below. Some of those I myself find rather engaging. I must go. So I thought we were supposed to gain access to the restricted area.
Never still for long.
Its screams ring through the heavens. Devastation approaches. Well, well, that's not good. I'm guessing those are Medicaid staff. They're in white. May say something they don't want to have become public. Yeah, he may have a voice of a 100-year-old bookkeeper. Cursed sorcerer. It's high time all their kind were put in psi shackles, sent to detention cells. I guess they were just studying? Oh my goodness. Wow, they put that one down, right? And they've got some goods here that we can perceive. A study on the Bastion Serpentis. I'm as much as I want to read everything, I'm just going to collect it because we don't have much time and we haven't actually gone to a different world yet. As cool as this place is. Goods, more books. Essay on the Morning Star. That does not sound great.
No sense in delaying.
I'm supposed to go to the archive restricted area, is what I was told. Can I talk to any of the guards? In the name of the God Emperor of Humanity, we stand vigilant over these chambers. Well, keep it up. Good for you. Glad you're doing it. I'll talk to the archivist. Servitor slowly cross-checks the names and identification numbers of the tomes against the shelves designated for their storage. The weighty tome titled Liber Xenologus is chained to the shelf and covered so densely with purity seals, not even its spine is visible. Yep. As clean as can be. As clean as can be.
Never still for long.
Oh, right. That would be representatives of the ecclesiarch who would deem most of the books controversial. And then we've got another computer here. An old plaque at the base of the lectern reads, as the last star fades from the sky, darkness does not triumph. The stars perish nightly, so the dawn might bloom once more. Render the last offering to the day, and the secrets of shadow will unfold before you. I wonder if that's code for another puzzle or something like that. I will go to the journal, though, just before we head on. Acolyte at Lucid Palace. We need to go to the Hive Sibyllus. Clues and markings left aboard Schultz's Valor. Keep a sharp eye out for any dark science and assemble the warband. I guess we'll just go to the chapel and then move on. That seems fair. And we can give him boots too.
At once.
So we pass down this way, meaning we can go up this way. And if we look at the map, where are we at? New area, and this is chapel. Excellent. And Sero. Excellent. This is where we need to go. Sero's right there. There's also a book that isn't nailed down. Psalm of Sibelius the Infallible. I'll collect it. That might come in useful. And we've got a chance to practice, I think. There's Sisters of Battle standing before us. What's that? Listen to the sermon. For they who doubt have already turned away from his light. Take your place among the faithful. Do not hinder the service until it is finished. Bow your heads and temper your spirits. Guard against fear through service, for battle scars are the sacred marks of duty. I like how even the catechin is sitting down with a giant heavy stubber. Pray to him not for salvation, but for endurance, for they who stand with humanity to the very end are already saved by him. I'm guessing they're being inducted in the Adeptus Sororitas, or... Huh. Okay, well, nice. Good job. Well, I'm probably... Should I walk right past them? Okay, I'm going to save, because I don't know if they're going to enjoy the fact if I walk right by the altar. Can I do it?
Never still for
No,
long.
I cannot. Take your place among the faithful. Do not hinder the service until it is finished. Okay. And if I were to click on this, wait for the end of the service. Okay, wait for the end of the service. For they who doubt have already turned away from his light.
Bow your heads and temper your spirits. Guard against fear through service, for battle scars are the sacred marks of duty. 40 hours later. Sure feels that way. Pray to him not for salvation, but for endurance, for they who stand with humanity to the very end are already saved by him. It's kind of funny because I'm like, oh, believe me, I'm praying for endurance right now. I just want to loot whatever's behind you, but I gotta sit till you're done talking. So much endurance needed. God Emperor protect my brothers. 3 hours have passed in game. Today's service is now over. Praise the Emperor. Let's praise the Emperor. Excellent. All right, what's back here?
Always on the move.
Oh, now we're talking. Praise be to the Emperor indeed. My God, sleight of hand, 65%. Unlocked. Fantastic. Pull. Athletics, athletics, athletics. What's all this?
Effective.
Sacred machine fault identified. Immediate engine intervention required.
Success.
Oh, I'm breaking all of these? Why? You injured your arms. Oh, man. You know what's kind of crazy? You can actually wear this right here. Arm guard. The wearer cannot suffer critical effects to the arms. So if I wear this, am I going to be okay when I try to break all their stuff?
Every failure, a lesson.
Maybe, can I try someone else like Epione? Nice, she did it. Her arms are fine. Yeah, your arms are still good, lady. I don't know what that did, but I'm sure going to piss off some people. You got more goods. And we're getting, ooh, nice, a flagellant's ring. This wearer's movement points are reduced by 2, but they deal 14% more vital damage. You know what's kind of nuts is that you don't want to move when you use the rapid firing ability of the Catachan. So Hamar doesn't really want to move that much when he's given the heavy Daka. So in a weird sort of way, I mean, more vital damage sounds excellent. Although I guess I deal vital damage too with the long las, right? +5 vital damage. I should probably be the one to use that actually. So what if I utilize it? Equip it. There we go. Now we're gonna deal more vital damage. Put on arm guard. You've injured your legs. Oh, is that right? I may have misinterpreted what it told me. You don't care that much. Use a sniper rifle. That's right. That's right. Probably better on me because I actually deal vital damage. Yeah, I don't know what breaking that did. So now what? HBFT. You have critical, slightly injured arms. One stage of critical effect is removed after every battle. Medkits and abilities resting in a safe zone can cure critical effects as well. Well, hopefully we'll be able to rest before we get into any strenuous fighting. Don't worry about it. And let's go here and then we'll talk to Sero because there's stuff to potentially loot. This. Yes, I will take all the offerings to the Emperor. Thank you very much. Turn your thoughts to the God Emperor himself. The light of the candle flames dance across the cold, polished plaques before you. Each one bears the name of fallen inquisitors and interrogators who served the Bastion Serpentis and the Tyrantine Cabal. The plaque bearing the name of Leander de Terral casts reflections onto your face. Time and the heat of the candles have not yet dulled its shine. Clear your mind, offer up a prayer to the God Emperor. A fervent whisper escapes your lips, breaking the repose of the chapel. You recite the litanies again and again until the words run out to all together. Their absence feels right as calm and stillness gently envelop your very being. Swear to the God Emperor you shall endure all in his name no matter the cost. Ask the God Emperor to grant rest to the souls of your departed comrades. Think about the enemies you have faced. If you had known more about them, might you have fought better. Consider the warp potential of the acquired artifact. As much as I feel like I align more with the anything goes sort of philosophy, I don't know if I choose any of these. I don't want to... I suppose I'll do mono-dominant. And there it is. Words of the Litany of Endurance echo off the chapel walls, growing ever louder, more fervent, more fierce, tearing through the veil of apathy and grief. A deep breath takes the swarming thoughts away. The chapel is filled with muffled sounds and the smell of incense. It's time to get back to the mission. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice the aide as he carefully studies the names on the plaques. An unpleasant grimace twists his usual genial face. Catching your gaze, Blind seems to relax once more. I hope you're feeling better. Every one of his subjects needs a sanctuary where the spiritual, even if only for a while, can triumph over the burdens of the flesh. I come here too in moments of distress, and my prayers to the God Emperor always end up guiding me well. Alright, well, let's talk to Sero. This is the whole point of coming here. The last of our warband. Oh, this guy is definitely taken with his circumstance, my goodness. A slight, wiry man stands before the wall of memory, his gaze tracing the endless lines of script in quiet reverence. After a long moment, he turns towards you. His piercing blue eyes seem to glow faintly. Do you seek something, Acolyte? Are you Sero, the sanctioned psyker? The man nods slowly. Indeed. And you are HBFT, one of those who returned from the perilous journey to the Ayakantha system. The God Emperor has granted you his mercy, a rare and precious thing. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. I could not help but overhear your prayer. It came from the heart. The man bows his head in gratitude. It came to me as I pondered our duty before the guardian of humanity, before our master, our beacon in the impenetrable darkness of the void. I am glad it touched your heart as well. I was tasked with finding you and recruiting you for my warband. The Tyrantine Cabal has entrusted me with a mission. So, the Tyrantine Cabal has deemed you righteous and restored you to the ranks of its servants? I had thought that contact with the heresy of the Tyrant Star would have rendered you an outcast. Sero casts a glance at the memorial stand where a plaque bearing Leander de Terral's name has already been placed. Too many of those sent to Iacanthus have perished in the depths of corruption. My only solace is that, for one of them, Persephone, my sister by curse, a swift death became a bitter gift, sparing her the dreadful torment of survival. Now get me a coffee. That's right, Sven. Have you heard the new Inquisition tactic? Say a Chaos Cultist says what? In a low tone. He confessed. But that lies in the past. And now a new duty awaits us. I heed the Cabal's command and stand ready to accompany you to face new trials. Were you and Persephone close? No. She kept her distance. Yet I have always considered it my duty to keep watch over those who share the curse of witchcraft with me within these walls. Sero glances at the memorial plates on the wall. His lips move in a brief prayer. She was strong, but she was taken too soon. And her name will remain only in my memory, not in the metal of this wall. What kind of psyker are you? What sorcery do you command? When the God Emperor's grace fills my heart, I give it form in purifying flame. Sero's eyes flare with fire, a fearsome contrast to the psyker's placid expression. I am the conduit of his higher wrath, which reduces his enemies to ash and burns away heresy that has taken hold of the weak and the lost. Epione quickly types something into her data slate, glancing disapprovingly at the psyker. Noticing your look, she shrugs. I took the liberty of drafting a request for an increased allotment of burn ointment for our team. Sero smiles faintly. A commendable precaution, though somewhat excessive. For the God Emperor knows his own and shall judge them accordingly. There are some that call me Tim. Are we iconoclast? I was kind of thinking about it, and that tends to be what I do. But in this case, some of the options seem wildly close to being heretical. You're suspiciously well informed. What is this place? Very well, we must go. God Emperor protects HBFT. I'll leave you to it, Master Acolyte. I hope my escort made your return to the Bastion a little brighter, and I wasn't too intrusive. The aide smiles and gives a slight shrug. Since I am assigned to Quartermaster Numis, and he's now assigned to your warband, it seems we'll see each other often. I'm at your service at any time. Blind makes the sign of the Aquila. Emperor Protect, Acolyte HBFT. This is great. I love how ridiculous 40K is. They definitely are not afraid to go over the top. So with our Psyker, there he is. He's wearing the Mystic's robe, gains 10 intelligence. We're going to give him some boots. There it is. Wow, this guy looks serious. Whenever the wearer uses a psychic power, they do not provoke attacks of opportunity until the end of the turn. He's got a giant book on a Hierophant's staff. Truly, truly excellent. Just in case, should we also give him a pistol? What's his ballistic skill versus weapon skill? I mean, they're both not great. I mean, you can also get the Staff of Flames. Oh, nice. Yeah, you can have different staffs so that you can... Wow, so one staff's not enough. Now you get two. This one will allow him to... The target must pass a metal test or suffer 7+ veil degradation levels of burning. If the target isn't burning, then it fails the test. Wow, that's some like gotcha levels of shenanigans right there. He's like, I'm gonna give you a test. If you don't pass, you burn. If you're not burning, you don't pass. That's good for him. Good for him. Glad he's got that one down. He really thought that one through. Let's move. So if we take a look at the journal now, what do we got? Take the gun cutter into your service. After taking critical damage on Iaconthus, the gun cutter verdict has been restored by the servants of the machine cult. The acolyte must head to Terminal Lachesis Omega and find the pilot Yermes Haas aboard the gun cutter. Orientation point, elevator in the southern part of the Bastion Serpentis past the atrium, which I believe we've been to already. We just didn't have the right, you know, party available to us. And I was just checking to see if there's a door there. And we got to go all the way down here. Excellent. Yeah. That's some catch. 22 levels of shenanigans. Yes. Oh, wow. What's going on here? Halt, acolyte. Weary eyes examine you mechanically from head to toe. By order of the Lord Inquisitor, individual searches are to be conducted in the interest of Bastion Serpentis security. Stand up straight. Arms and legs slightly apart. It's just a routine check, nothing personal. As you say, allow yourself to be searched. Praise the throne, I get at least one decent acolyte per watch. One of the guards trains his weapon on you, while another methodically searches your pockets, boots, sleeves, pouches. What's this thing? What? The guard turns the sealed metal tube you found unattended in the Bastion's halls over in his hands. I don't see a sanctioning tag from Chronicle Keeper Bloodworth. Removing any documents from the Archivum Serpentis without his permission is strictly forbidden. Go and return it to him. All right, I'll take the tube. It's not mine. I only found it. I'll take the tube. Listen, I'll not repeat... Wait, you agreed? Just like that? Must be my lucky day. Go, acolyte. Search over. Okay, wow. What tube exactly did I grab? I just looted everything. You know what I mean? Like, which one is la tube? So if I sort, let's say, no sort, will go name from A to Z, right? And I'm assuming there's other right here. Maybe it means a tome, essays, handwritten note. The journal? No, that didn't come from there. Huh. I don't know. I don't know what it was, honestly. Psalm of Sibelius, my sigil, the mysteries. No clue. I don't know what tube he's talking about, but I guess we're heading back to turn it in. He won't let us leave until that is the case. Okay, fair enough. Well, to the map, we just need to go here, right? Yep, there's the Archivum. We just need to go to the Keeper. Hey, when I was looting everything, Mr. Gatekeeper, I didn't know that I was, you know, taking anything important. We go to the journal here, Disruptor. Among the Acolyte's personal items, an unlawfully appropriated manuscript has been discovered. The Bastion Guard insists on the manuscript immediate return to the custody Chronicle Keeper Bloodworth. Wow. I found an unclaimed manuscript in the Bastion's halls that seems to belong to the Archivum Serpentis. Oh, gotcha. Oh, this. Interesting. Unclaimed, you say? Some acolyte once again neglected the sacred rules governing the use of the archives. And where were those dunces on guard duty looking? The Keeper's face turns abruptly pale as his gaze falls upon the lid of the tube. What's this? A text from the restricted section? But how? These documents are not to be transferred from the Archivum Serpentis, nor even from this very hall. He glances at the data slate resting on the desk before once more examining the tube. By the throne! Someone has fixed an incorrect identifier to these papers.
And not to these alone, several of the documents from the restricted section have entered general circulation and been dispersed throughout the Bastion. They must be returned at once to the proper place. Yes, I shall see to it. Thank you, Acolyte.
Do you need assistance with the lost documents?
Assistance, no. Yes, perhaps?
He hesitates, but then hands over a data key.
Look, one of the cogitators in this hall and the level below contain records of all requests made to the restricted section. If you can determine who is responsible for the unauthorized transfer of documents from the archive, I shall contrive some means of expressing my gratitude.
Nice. All right, let's go. Oh, he leveled up. Oh my god. Before we do that, though, let's use the access key. I am curious. So we got another puzzle here. A steady hum emanates from the cogitator's innards. Machine spirit's been roused from its slumber and is awaiting further instruction. View the request log. Over the past 5 days, access to the restricted section has been requested by Servo Archivist 15 times. Acolyte of the Inquisition, no request. Chronicle Keeper, no request. So a Servo Archivist did it? Request a tome from the restricted section. Attention, Servo Archivist is unable to fulfill the request. Error cause unknown. So I guess we'll just check in with the different Servo Archivists here. Study the behavior. The servitor diligently performs the functions assigned to it. A plate on its left shoulder reads, registered to the catalog section of baseline clearance level. I mean, it'd probably be one in the restricted section, right? And we did see one. I mean, there's another one, but it's probably the one inside. What amount of donate would cost you to play altars? Well, I mean, I guess we're about an hour out. I did want to ask, like, so obviously we're just dabbling in the beta today. And I am interested in either, you know, if the bunnies of, let's see. I did want to ask the bunnies and poll what it is that they would like to see. And I know that tomorrow we could either go back to Star Sector, we can continue with this beta, check it out some more, or I suppose I could put altars on there. Although, to be fair, I don't know how the turnout was for altars, but I can put a poll, and we'll see. So let me get a... Where's the poll here that's captioned? There's the poll. And what should we play tomorrow? And I'm going to put altars. I will go Dark Heresy. That's what we're playing now. And Star Sector. Those are kind of the three that I've been thinking about as well. So I'm going to put that on the left side yet. RimWorld with amputation. In general situation, if to book a full playthrough. So first of all, if you want to participate in the poll, all you need to do is type 1, 2, or 3 in Twitch or YouTube chat. It should automatically tally on the left side. If it's in YouTube chat, I'll manually add it myself. And then, you know, I'll just leave it up for a time being. As far as full playthroughs, the problem with full playthroughs, I've been trying to be a little more flexible because there have been times where I've been asked to do full playthroughs of something and viewership and channel pass-through and health, it tanks hard. So, like, I'll get, like, no one interacts with a comment, people don't watch it, like people will say they want it, but what I see in the channel's health, our health diminishes pretty drastically at times. So no matter what, I need to pay attention to that, unfortunately, just because, you know, this is what I do. So I feel, as far as, like, if you want to see a full playthrough, letting me know is very helpful. And if other bunnies are interested in it as well, and there's enough activity, I don't mind. I'll play almost anything, really. Yeah, there's no option to buy game, got it. Well, I mean, you can, like, getting me access to a game, I'll definitely give it a first look. But I won't guarantee that we'll do a from start to finish, because, you know, there are some games that, you know, people may... It's kind of like if I played Warhammer 3 as an example, and I did every single race through a full campaign, like, you'd probably have people for the first few days, maybe up to a week, and then they'd want to see something different, at least from what I can tell in trends and analytics. So there's that there. Yeah, here's my $1 million. Yeah. There's $1 million out there. So I'm gonna leave that up there, and just feel free to weigh in, and I'll check it in a bit. We're gonna focus on the Servo Archivist at the moment. Yeah. Study the servitor's behavior. Servitor diligently performs the functions assigned, registered to the catalog section of baseline clearance level. So he doesn't have the ability to get in the restricted section. My guess is this guy right here. I'm guessing it's this Servo Archivist. Deliver tome from section number, reset error, deliver tome. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this guy right here. So I don't really need to study it some more. If I were to talk to the Chronicle Keeper now, maybe he'll tell us, right? The servo archivist assigned to the restricted section is malfunctioning. It's been autonomously requesting texts and subsequently leaving them among its route to the atrium. A servitor? To permit a defective tool to perform duties of such importance is a most regrettable act of negligence on the part of the technomats. The Keeper shakes his head. I promise to thank you, Acolyte, and I intend to keep my word. May the wisdom contained within these pages lighten your difficult path. Collection of litanies to St. Drusus. Oh, okay. I don't know how helpful that will be, but glad he gave it to me. Glad he gave it to me. Let's see. Date, newest to oldest. That's this. Oh, it's an item. The wearer will gain 10 willpower. Now we know that the willpower for our Psyker is incredibly potent. He's got 60. And his other abilities seem to scale off of it. So we'll give him the book. I guess that makes sense. And he can equip it. There we go. So now he'll get even more willpower out there. There's a management game when you need manage a Japanese girl pop group. Oh, nice. I love Japanese pop. Dark Heresy is a close second. Opportunity costs. What do you mean opportunity cost? A crab playthrough of Total Warhammer 3. So that's I was really thinking about it. But you know how that goes. So obviously, if I were playing my own game, I'd probably stick around and try to find another skull, because it seems like we need one more to insert into this dais over here on the right side of the map, and something will probably open, right? I don't know where that skull is, but in the interest of at least moving out of the first area so that the bunnies can see something, I'm going to move on. But obviously, this is just the beta. We still can level up and stuff like that. There's a lot still to do. After collecting 10 reward books, the commander asks, any of you guys read? No, but when we carry it around, everyone's super excited. Oh, this is his chambers. My bad. That is not the right place. It's to the south, out this way. There we go. Yeah. So far, we have a decent amount of votes for Star Sector. We've got a couple for Dark Heresy. Make that 3, including YouTube. And then we've got a couple for altars. So I'll just continue to leave it up. So any bunnies are here and they want to participate, let me know. But so far, it looks like we'll be returning to Star Sector tomorrow. I cannot wait, honestly. When one choice excludes another, I want both Dark Heresy and Star Sector, and a pony, and ice cream. I don't know if I'd be able to play both at the same time is the thing. And we got to go to the south. That's up this way. Here we go. Although I guess I should apply points first. So level 3, specialization. Yeah. Altars was the one where you play as Jan and you have duplicates of yourself, different versions of yourself that will allow you to survive in a place where you can get sort of like a time altering material. Does that ring a bell? Yeah, you remember now? Yeah, good. All right, so we've got our Medicae, and she has different specializations that she can pick up. I should probably take a look at what she does already. She's a soldier. Interesting. So she's a soldier. I remember she had a shotgun, and I remember she had... What other weapons did she utilize? She's got the flamer right now by default. Doesn't mean that's what she needs to use. And then abilities-wise, she's a soldier. She's got burst attack, etc. Her characteristics currently lean towards ballistic skill, agility, intelligence, and fellowship. So we'll try to keep that in mind. Okay. Then to level up, is there a specific place I go? Do I click on this? Or I come out here? Here we go. Yeah. You need to get Star Sector on the indie site. Yeah, it's separate outside of Steam. It's like the only game that I've played on stream that was outside of Steam. So get Anti-Armor Specialist. Attacks deal 30% more damage to enemy armor. Characteristic modifiers. That's probably going to be the fastest way to do it. If I just take a look at characteristic modifiers right here, right? Area of effect. I mean, that's nice for the flames and stuff like that. Burst Fire Specialist. Ballistic Skill, Agility. Dual Wielding Specialist. Heavy Armor Specialist. If I wanted her to wear heavy armor, we could make that happen. Medium Armor Specialist. Plus 15 defense if they wear medium armor. What is she wearing right now, actually? Legit. What are you wearing right now? I have no clue. I'm guessing you don't have the specialization. It's currently just flak, so it's just light armor right now, right? And we take a look. Yeah, she doesn't have any specific specializations. I guess if she's doing flames and stuff like that, she's probably going to be closer to the enemy, I would imagine. So giving her something defensively sound sounds useful, but I don't know about heavy. Heavy maybe... Well, here, we'll go back to her and maybe we'll just play it safer. If we take a look at the Flamer, do they have anything that affects the burning? Inflicts 2 levels of burning, but I don't think it's dependent. Like, there's no, like, hit chance. You just apply the effect in an area. It already has an area, right? So if we take a look at her again, Area of Effect Specialist, Area of Effect Grenadier, area attacks by the character do not deal damage to allies within the character's influence. If an ally makes an AoE Specialist doesn't suffer damage if they're within the ally's influence. Cluster Strikes, it takes into account the ballistic skill bonus. And Under Fire Survivor, character can use defense against area attacks. Anti-Armor Specialist, Anti-Armor Edge, Perception, and Intelligence bonuses. I mean, she uses Intelligence, so that could be helpful. Burst Fire, I don't think she's really gonna have high rate of fire with her current setup, and she's not really dual wielding. Tactical Maneuver Specialist, and then we've got Medium Armor Specialist, Agility, and Toughness. Honestly, probably the easiest thing to do is she currently has a reflex buff. Perception, Intelligence. If I do anti-armor, she does have intelligence buff, so I think I'm just going to grab that. I'm going to grab anti-armor. If character's attack reduces enemy armor durability to 0, the enemy suffers a percentage more damage from any source for 2 rounds. So let's do that. We'll give that to her. And we can choose a skill to buff up by 5. I guess her intelligence is already at the 50 breakpoint. I'll probably give her another ballistic skill, and then we'll go from there. So she's at 40 now. And then we're moving to Hamar. Flamer War Crimes incoming. Well, Burst Fire sounds excellent for him because it's already built in. Character burst attacks gain 25% rate of fire. Finishing shot, last shot in a burst deals agility bonus times rate of fire, more damage. And burst fire interdiction, if a target's hit by rate of fire divided by 2 or more shots, it must pass a tenacity test with a 30 bonus or become immobilized for an entire round. I mean, that sounds awesome. Oh, I'll take it. I'll take it. Take it, my guy. He already has ballistic skill, his toughness, his agility. Well, agility seemed to be important to the skill, so let's go ahead and get that. For our resident Pyromancer. So he's got Combat Disruption Specialist. All attacks and abilities inflicting negative effects apply Combat Disruption Suppression. Target suffers an intelligence bonus plus agility bonus percentage hit chance penalty for a round. Demoralization Specialist. He's got a lot of willpower. Enemy must pass a metal test with a negative 24 penalty or suffer -4 morale. If they pass, they suffer only a -2 penalty. And we take a look, that's based off of his willpower bonus. So that actually is very helpful. Show Supremacy, Intimidation, etc. And Sanctic. Shield of the Emperor, also willpower focus. Character creates an aura, increasing morale and defense of allies who come into contact with it. Sanctic manifests the image of the God Emperor next to him and gains the God Emperor shield effect for 3 rounds. If an ally appears within the Sanctic's influence while the ability is active, that ally also gains the same effect for 1 round. Wow, holy moly. So he's... I don't know, is he going to be close to the rest of us quite a lot? Yeah, I suppose so. He's probably going to be towards the back doing his thing. I haven't looked at his ability, so I can't really tell, but that sounds at least nice to work with. And he's got metal, which is willpower based, so let's choose that and we'll see how it goes. Yeah, burning alive is pretty demoralizing. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Nice. So we can actually get a new threshold, bring us up to +6 on willpower. That's phenomenal. And then last but not least, ourselves and Precise Attack Specialist. Look at that. Precise attacks now gain +25% hit chance. Character gains +5 agility, +5 perception. They also gain 10 awareness and 10 metal. Grim Satisfaction. Hitting certain body parts with a precise attack grants the following bonus. Hands or legs, extra 2 morale. Hit him in the head or the neck, +3 morale. Hit him between the eyes, +4 morale. Wow. Finishing blow based off agility and perception bonus. And inevitable defeat. Character hit chance with precise attack above 100%. Any percentage over 100% lowers the target's resistance to critical effects. Wow, that sounds very nice indeed. And then we have agility at an odd point. Let's put the perception to 6 and apply. There it is. All right, let's go to the terminal.
Always on the move.
On the move, guys. On the move. Both skulls are in the same place opposite each other. Oh, I didn't realize Marion. Well, thank you. For bunnies who are going to be playing in the future, take note of that, and it might tell us. You might be able to take advantage of that. Actually, can I quickly go back? Will it allow me to? Choose party members? Yeah. Okay, so if I were to go back and grab it, because it wasn't that far. Fortunately, the thing I like about this so far is that when you run around, it's pretty fast. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and close the poll. It looks like we're going to be switching back to Star Sector tomorrow. Honestly, I have been so addicted to that game, I cannot wait. So I think it's still going to be fun. I definitely want to move forward with the story, so that'll be really cool. Thank you for weighing in, bunnies. I really appreciate your feedback. Okay, so if I go to the map, the place where it was in the main hallway, I believe. There's Tuma, there's the atrium, and I think it was around here, if I recall. So I'm just going to generally move in that direction. And I believe it was towards one of the sides I saw the statue. But as to exactly where it is, I don't remember off the top of my head, now that I think about it. Oh, it's this one right here. I found that one. So if it's the opposite side, then it's probably here. I just need to detect it, I would imagine. Nothing, unless that's the one that I got. Was it this side then? It's possible. Yeah, this one has the scaffolding. No, I didn't pick up that one. Maybe there's another one? Yep, there's different ones. There we go.
Carefully.
Excellent. High five. Thank you very much, Aldmerian. And that means we just need to place this. It's the last one over here, and in theory, something will happen. Right here. Excellent. Awesome. Thank you, bunnies. Appreciate it. All right, let's go to put this skull in and see what we got. There she is. Nice. Skull branded in left eye socket. Oh my god, there's someone dying here. What is going on? I like how he's dying and I'm just like, loot the body. Praise the God Emperor, you found me. Tell them that I finished the report. Oh, I can't do sleight of hand anymore. Tell him you finished the report. Oh my god, what happened? Oh, Jesus. Wow, that guy ragdolled so hard. Densely written report. Among the dozens of pages of the densely written report on Bastion Serpentis stamped paper are a few lines that make up the deceased scribe's last letter. There were 3 of us when we came, Tressa, Roland, and myself. We were supposed to count everything in the room. We thought we'd finish quickly, but the servitor counted the allotted time, and we still were not done. Then the servitor left and took the keys from the statues. At first we shouted, then we wept, then we prayed. After 5 sleeps, Roland wanted to give up. Tressa and I talked him out of it. After the next sleep, he passed away. Tressa and I did not speak of hunger, but we both knew that Roland's body was not yet cold. We resisted. 2 more sleeps passed. Tressa left me, and I decided to violate the right of report writing and sent down these lines. Rescue is so close. I hear people walking behind the wall, hear the bastion humming, but no one hears me. If you are reading this, remember we remain faithful to the God Emperor till the very end. The report must be delivered to the archive section Beta Epsilon Pi. Okay, well, there's that, and I can't loot his friend's body. That is unfortunate. Okay, well, I believe that's the archive, right? So let's at least turn that in and see what that guy does for us. All right, my guy, got more stuff to deliver. Dead people papers. His last dance. Yeah, it is. His very, very last dance. All right, gentlemen, book it. You know what you got to do. Oh, nice. And since we transferred regions, I actually healed my arms. They're no longer maimed. Oh, I guess it doesn't go there. He said it's supposed to go to the something pi, right? Let me double check what it said again. It says here, the report must be delivered to the archive, section Beta Epsilon Pi. Okay, well, if I interact with a computer or something, interact here, I put the report there. There we go. What is this? Essay on the Morning Star. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. interact with it. Now what? Oh, I guess. Okay, fair enough. Didn't know I was doing that. Well, what about this? Can I put it here? Contains an impressive collection of historical essays. No, that's not it. All right, fair enough. God, there's so many puzzles. Kind of crazy. Pull this secret book. Okay, yeah, pull the secret book. Oh my God, what are we doing? No one's gonna talk about this? Going into secret places? If you have knowledge about heresy, you'll know what this is. Several books, manuscripts, and scrolls on disparate subjects have been gathered together in one place. Upon examination, it becomes clear what unites them, a secret cipher in the margins of each one that forms the word reflected. Okay. And then warp lore. The longer you stare in the mirror, the more obvious it becomes the reflection is peering back with conscious interest, and that you do not control its movements. Well, that's horrible. But I will definitely loot this place. Oh, nice! Requires being a psyker, the Helm of Resolve. Wearer gains 10 metal. Target allies of the wearer's psychic powers gain 12% to their combat skills for a round does not stack. Excellent. Well, I will definitely give it to our only psyker, Mr. Saros. Have it, my guy. There it is. Super strong, filled with metal.
Never still for long.
Some may say he's heavy metal. Chronicle Keeper, you have anything to say about that? You don't? Talk to you later. Excellent. Although, wait a minute. I still have that report. I do. So maybe it's in here. Liber Xenologist. Bastion Serpentis.
Mind your
Oh, nice.
surroundings.
What's this? The dust is ever so slightly thinner on one of the shelves. As you shift a heavy book, an inconspicuous keyhole comes into view. Oh my God, I don't have a key. This is ludicrous. Okay, so again, because I have under an hour, otherwise I would definitely spend the whole time here. That's so cool, though. There's so many secrets. This place is densely packed. I'm gonna move on, but holy moly, that is insane. That is ludicrous. All right, well, let's head on down. Oh, apparently I can loot something here. Is that right? Oh no, it's the book that we placed. That's what I in theory could loot, and we shall continue. So full speed. We're heading on over so that we can actually take a ship and move somewhere so we can see what it's like to interact with it. But thank you again, bunnies, for filling me in and for being interested in what this place has to offer. And there we go. Excellent. To Terminal Lachesis. So I think we meet our pilot as well. And in theory, the quartermaster is coming with us. I'm curious how large our ship is. I bet it's not like decadent or anything. It's probably very functional. Tech priest, servants, sleight of hand. Man, it'd be nice if I had someone really good with it. You just picked up more money. Nice. I will grab more loot. 50% chance to succeed behind the quartermaster's back. Excellent. The boots of masochism. Only for Ogrins. Whenever the wearer is hit for the first time, they gain morale. Well, none of us can use it right now, but I know we get someone who can. The quartermaster is cross-referencing something on a long scroll with the contents of a hefty, hardbound book. Noting your approach, he rolls up the parchment. Quartermaster Numis, warranted by the Inquisition, has arrived at the Acolyte's base of operations. His cold voice rattles off the rehearsed words. And now the formalities are out of the way. You're just in time, Acolyte. I didn't even have to send a Vox message. There's a certain issue regarding a potential allies on Scintilla that requires attending. By order of the Lord Inquisitor, it falls to you to deal with it. That is, unless you have more urgent concerns. Numis's tone leaves no room for doubt. For someone of your standing, there can be no matter more pressing than Anton Zerb's assignment. I need to restock. I'm sure you do. Whose wares would you like to look over? The Scintillan mission's wares. Oh, is this like the faction access point, like Janris? Nice. Interesting. I'm obviously... So I'm guessing... So we have cost. How does this work? Currently, we have 0 rapport. Reputation of the Inquisitorial Acolyte earned through amicable deeds. So we haven't helped anybody yet. On the bottom down here, we can also sell junk. But if we sell specifically to these people, then does that only give us reputation with them? right? I'm seeing that these have costs. If I were to go Lathe, World's Fleet, Scintillan Fusiliers, I wish I could look at each first. So if I were to talk to him again, Khajiit has wares if you are a heretic. Oh, really? I need to restock Lucidian's wares. Repair kits, Triumphant Stub Revolver, I have that. Dueling Hood, and a Sniper Rifle for 190. Interesting. I mean, it's nice. It's nice. Not quite what I'm looking for. I wonder if there's like a faster way for me to swap between different factions, so to speak. A Plasma Pistol, very nice. Bruiser Armor, Triumphant Mace for melee. And then last but not least, we have Scintillan Fusiliers. Unyielding Armor. When the wearer's armor durability is reduced to 0, the cost of using consumables is reduced by 1 until the end of combat. And a standard las gun and a Corpsman's Cape. Whenever the wearer heals an ally within their influence, they both gain +3 damage reduction for 1 round. You know what? Honestly, I don't know. I'm just going to choose the first one, and then we'll sell our wares and see if it just affects them. So right now, if I would sell only junk, there's all the junk right there. And I make a deal, I'll get 269 of these resources, it seems. So there's the deal. So in theory, now in cents, I have 1,280 cents. Oh, okay. So I can buy these things straight up at things. Executioner's Bolter, Noble Gloves. If the wearer is not attacked this turn, they gain +5 damage reduction until the start of the next turn. We've got a better sword, but we don't really have a melee-focused person. A Doom Flame Pistol. Melt-a-Charger's Machine Right set. I'm assuming these actually cost things, unlike in Rogue Trader where you can just sort of, you hit a threshold, you unlock stuff, you grab everything, right? There's a knife. Wielder gains 10% hit chance, morale above 0. Dueling Hood. There's the Sniper Rifle, which I think is better than what we have. Sunder. Attack with a weapon deals +16 more damage when the target's armor durability is reduced to 0. But we don't really deal extra armor damage. It's not really necessary. If there's only one enemy within their influence, the wearer gains +7% more hit chance against them. My influence is not that high. And the Triumphant Stub Revolver I actually have already, and it seems to be better or the same. On the Reputation tab, there seem to be some short descriptions of the factions here. Official representatives of the Ecclesiarchy, also known as the Adeptus Ministorum, the Lathe Worlds, members of the Adeptus Mechanicus who arrived on Scintilla as part of the Cult Mechanicus fleet. Scintillan Fusiliers, regiments of the Astra Militarum raised from the capital world of the Calixus sector, and Lucidians, representatives of the aristocratic society of Scintilla's primary hive city. And expand. I don't think it will allow us to switch, right? Unless there's a way to go back and forth, because that would be so much easier if we could, I think. Well, let me see something here. So, like, if I were to get, let's say, I don't know, I probably want something that's better than what I have already, right? Restock, and I go Lathe Worlds as an example. Plasma Pistol. I mean, I don't know anyone who specializes in that, but if I want to buy that as an example, or want to buy a Toxin Grenade, let's say, if I buy it, I have 1280 on the right side. If I were to purchase it, I can purchase one. This is going to cost 24, and I do a deal. It costs the currency. So it does cost the currency, and it deducts 1 from this location here. What's kind of interesting is that on the lower left-hand corner of some of these, it seems like it has a rapport value, right? So these cost 0. This has a 0 rapport, but I can buy it. There's a metal threaded cloak, and this one is a 20 rapport, and I've got 0, so I cannot buy it. Okay, that makes sense. When the wearer's heavy armor durability reaches 0, they gain 5 damage reduction. I mean, that doesn't help me. Yeah, I don't know if any of this is useful to me just yet, but nice to know it's there. Yeah, maybe it'll fill up. Probably. Look over the proffered gear. Is this all that you have? For now, that is all there is. You crave variety, then you will have to put in some work and win some new supply charters. Go to Scintilla, impress someone powerful, or else... Numis gives an unpleasant grin. Make them respect you, and the Cabal. Sometimes it can be useful for the Holy Inquisition to show the common folk, even those in high stations, its sharp teeth. How'd you come to be? What's your business? I'm just gonna keep moving.
Always on the move.
I'll probably talk to him some more in my personal game. There's my peeps. I can inspect a loudspeaker. Vox alert system is silent. Will emit a signal only when the Bastion Serpentis is under threat. A lot of servants out here. We've got computers. Machine spirit of the cogitator meticulously gathers data about the mechanisms operating within the chamber. Cargo containers are marked with unknown symbols indicating some of the past deliveries from beyond the Calixtus sector. Let's just move on here. Let's move on. The verdict. Oh, did I... Oh, nice. We detected something. More stuff to sell. Excellent. And more money. Always love it. And we're going to go to the verdict. Got about half an hour left. So I think the verdict is our ship, which is quite aptly named. I'm curious who it belonged to before us, whether it was de Terral or not. Oh, we're in the ship now? Is that right? Master pilot is waiting for you on the bridge. Follow me. Who are you? Sure. Okay. Sure. I'm coming with you, buddy. I guess this is the bridge. The doors emit an oily smell, indicating they're regularly maintained to assure access to the bridge can be blocked if necessary. There's our pilot. Oh, nice. It's super intimate, super tight. Vid screens display pics of various compartments supplemented by lines of sacred runic signs and prayer tech formulas. The machines in the engineering compartment are making ragged, almost strained noises. Their heat sears your face.
Commander, my regards.
A tall and painfully thin man in uniform bows to you with such zeal it seems he might snap in half. A sly smile plays on his sharp-nosed face.
You're Miss Huss, pilot of the Guncutter Verdict, ready to serve in the name of the God Emperor. It's fortunate you've been appointed as the new commander of the Guncutter. After Master de Terral's death, the Verdict and I could have ended up with anyone. It's a relief to see a familiar face.
So it did belong to de Terral. I didn't pick up on that. As he mentions your fallen mentor, the pilot grows somewhat somber.
So then, shall we begin your assuming of command?
What's the ship's condition?
We've been roughed up badly to be sure, but the tech priests of the Bastion Serpentis did solid work. Personally kept an eye on them. Dick any bolt, saw it being screwed in, even gave a few instructions myself.
Smug smile never leaves Yermis' thin face as he blatantly exaggerates his role in repairing the ship. How are you faring after Schultz's valor? The pilot's animated face turns to stone.
I try not to remember, Commander. I become rather good at it. I thank the God Emperor for every dreamless night.
So how do I take command of the Guncutter?
The Verdict is a ship with history and character, Commander. There are certain traditions to follow. To begin with, you must make your first Vox transmission from the communication sanctum. I will contact you via the comm bead when you've finished. We'll also test the internal Vox communication while we're at it.
Intimidation 50%. I'm not going to deal with this nonsense. Report over the Vox. I've taken command of the Verdict. Yeah, let's not do that. Very well, I will return shortly. All right, so we got to go over to the Vox communications. And if we take a look at the map, does it tell us? It's pretty sizable. Everyone's kind of spread out, do their own thing. That's pretty cool. Inspect. Oh, it's like a chessboard. The once luxurious regicide board replete with finely carved pieces is now worn down from frequent use. That's pretty cool because I know you can actually buy... There's a game called Warhammer 40K Regicide, which is like chess. Like Battle Chess. You ever played the old Battle Chess? I mean, it's definitely not it. Voxcaster used for the service crackles beneath the ancient prayer book. The pages of the tome are imbued with acrid smell of candle smoke. Yeah, wrong Voxcaster. Wrong Voxcaster, guys. Wrong one. The remains of porridge are stuck tight to the plate, and the mugs are blackened with recalf stains. The rolled up mattress gives off a faint, musty smell. All right, what about the door? Oh, this looks about right. Looks like the engine room or something. Oh, they got an onboard chapel. Amazing. I'm guessing this may be our quarters. Maybe. It looks quite
no sense in delay.
Regal. A persistent smell of engine oil, dust, and ozone emanates from the discharge batteries in the compartment. The storeroom shelves are full of provision boxes, other supplies necessary for the ship's ongoing operations. Oh, this looks about right. The atmospheric valve is wrapped in several layers of repair tape, which are all that hold a flimsy construct in place. Yup, typical bunny repairs. Duct tape, everything. That's us. That's how we do things around here. Emperor Protective, you know what I mean. The hulking diagnostic module crackles softly. One of the flashing lumens is smeared with dried blood. Old tome describing surgical procedures. Fresh notes scratched into the fragile pages. Hamar, I'm guessing this is where he does maintenance. It seems like the armory here. Air in the armory is thick with a smell of metal and sacred unguents. And then we got this side we haven't been to yet. It's nice, small. There we go. Vox station. Perfect. Turn it on. The comm bead in your ear activates. Yermis's voice cuts through the static.
God Emperor protects. How do you read me, Commander?
I hear you not very clearly, but, I mean, loud enough.
That's good enough. There's this one time when I contacted a comrade over the internal Vox. He started responding, and then it turned out he'd been dead for 3 cycles. Well, I immediately...
The rest of the story drowns in statics. Look, I'm done with the communication sanctum. What's next?
Well, servants of the Adeptus Ministorum have delivered a new tome of ship's litanies to your quarters, Commander. You should collect it, and while you're there, see how everything's been set up for you. Exceptional comfort, you know. Haas out.
Oh, man. All right, go to our personal quarters. I believe it was over here, but that might not be the case. Yep, there it is. And we can pick up Litania Voidis. A heavy bound book smelling of sacred unguents is slightly scorched on one corner.
God Emperor guides us, Commander. I have no clue what happened to the last book, but aboard the Verdict we have a custom. The new captain places a tome of the Litania Voidis in the ship's chapel and offers praise to the God Emperor, so you'll need to go to the chapel too.
All right, heading to the chapel. Fortunately, we've been there. It's right there. Done. The heavy book lands on the pedestal with a soft thud. The pages fall open to the words, "May the darkness of the void fear the reach of his faithful. Offer prayers to the God Emperor." The words of the litany fill your soul with confidence and calm. Amid the resonant silence of the ship, a barely audible groan of vibration spreads through the air. The very bulkheads echo your devotion. You begin to discern the melody the ship is singing.
Commander, the shipboard cogitator reports the chapel has resumed operation.
The pilot's voice in your comm bead shatters the illusion.
Look, I'll be waiting for you on the bridge. There's one last formality left.
All right, fair enough. And that, I believe, is right here. Excellent. High five, bunnies. Let's get this show on the road. What up, my guy? Commander, I, by the will of the God Emperor, the ordained pilot and keeper of the Imperial vessel Verdict, place my life and loyalty in your hands. The pilot bows to you and makes a sign of the Aquila. Congratulations. You are now, by all the proper rights, captain of this ship. Can you hear her bulkheads groan? Guncutter likes you. Well, the Verdict is beautiful. Haas swells with pride as if he'd built the Verdict himself. She'll get even better, Commander. I promise. What kind of ship do you have? Can you get better ships? I don't know. Apparently it's called a guncutter, so I'd imagine it's not super small or super large. Yeah, there we go. The ship isn't exactly large, but by the grace of the God Emperor, it's maneuverable and trans-atmospheric. We can both travel around the system and land on Scintilla. It seems your remark stung Yermis more than he lets on. Well, is that all? Yes, Commander, we can take off right now if such is your wish. Give me a couple of minutes, warm up the engines, recite the litany of ignition. After that, we can be off. Be it onto the world's surface or into the depths of the void. All right, now we're talking. Let's see. Maybe we can see it from the outside. Oh, there's our servo skulls coming right with us. So if we take a look at the journal now, the Acolyte must make a choice. Go to the spires for the sacred procession or hurry to the lower levels of the Hive City before another seismo-aquatic catastrophe strikes the Hab Zone. God, that sounds more pressing. I guess in order to go somewhere, do I click here? Pilot seek equipped with an array of different buttons and levers of unknown purpose. Oh, here we go. To navigation. There we go. Ew, cool. Wow, that is quite an art style. So if you zoom in and take a look around, you can see a lot of little details in the depiction here that almost looks like a rogue trader out there. It looks like it got a Adeptus Sororitas, maybe that's like an AdMech representative. We've got Astra Militarum, etc. Scintilla. We're currently out this way. Lucid Palace, Marisportum. So Marisportum Sectoris, I believe, is on Hive Sibilis. So let's head there, and we'll see what we got going on out there. Because we're supposed to meet up with a couple of people out there, and it'll be the first time that we're moving off of the Inquisition's home base. That's awesome. This is exciting. I mean, as rich as the home base is, I would imagine we can go back there any time, at least while we're here in this sector. So it'd be cool to see some other places. Key term usually refers to a variety of armed and armored spacecraft used for orbit-to-ground transport. It can be modified to add crew quarters for as many as 6, prized by organizations like the Inquisition or Rogue Trader. Nice.
Out!
Versatile.
We're all gonna die in here. The sea will come for us again.
They did say there was like a sickness going on.
They've come to punish us.
It's a shuttle. Acolyte HB has been reinstated, is ready to undertake new missions. Select a priority mission. Done. Go to the Marisportum Sectoris and find Inquisitor Millicentilia and Sister Septima. 50 centimeter plasteel plate block your way out of the hab zone. Silence reigns all around you, and only the quiet hissing of the Vox hanging on the wall beside the door catches your attention. Address the Vox operator. Why am I locked in here?
As I've said before, civilians are not allowed to leave the Marisportum perimeter. And no, we are not coming to an understanding. Wait a minute, I don't know you.
Wow, he actually spoke to us. Show the sigil on the picked recorder. You know what this is, don't you? Open the gate.
This is the gatekeeper of Gateway P344 speaking. The gate is locked due to an elevated threat level. For permission to exit, contact an authorized official.
What's the reason for the elevated threat level?
Sea quakes, toxic spills, landslides, rampant heretics. Take your pick. It seems to me you made it just in time before another flood. But it's inevitable. And when it comes, there'll be new attempts to breach the gate.
Who can authorize my exit?
You'll need Inquisitor Millicentilia.
Oh, okay.
Sister Septima is authorized to give such orders too.
Where can I find them?
Sister Septima's detachment set up a camp somewhere in the Marisportum Sectoris.
What about the Inquisitor?
Not a clue. Do you think the Inquisitor keeps someone like me informed of her whereabouts? All I know is that she is currently within the perimeter.
None of that sounds like it should warrant an elevated threat level. It just seems like a Monday. All right, well, cool. Excellent. What's this guy's name? Eyeball.
Let me go.
Marisportum's better than you think, Upper Hiver. Just don't let it eat you up. Well, doors locked with a heavy-duty padlock without a key. Not even an explosion could help you open it. Hello there, Upper Hivers. You need to know a couple of things to go any further. The grimy man proudly shows off the aluminum tattoos glowing dimly under his skin. I'm here to make sure everybody knows what's what right out of the gate. Baron and us, his carvers, are in charge of this town. We keep order here. Watch yourselves, you'll be good. I've had colder receptions. Can you tell me about this place? I believe... Yeah, can you tell me about this place? He scratches his head in thought. All right, listen. You're in the lower town. This is where all the outcasts and unlucky sods live. Then you got the divers. Don't mess with them. They're under the Baron's protection. From here you can get to the upper town. That's where the Baron's lair is, along with the local fanatics. The flock of repentance, blast them. You're better off not going outside the town. The Upper Hivers digging around on one side, ferals living on the other. Baron drove the ferals out of town, and now they'll pounce on any scrap of meat they can find. The feral? What's the feral? Well, they used to be a small problem, but ever since the Baron forced them out of town, they lost their minds from hunger. You know what? I'm just going to find out for myself. Thanks very much. Locals. And if we see... How big is this place? Legit. Not very small. Not very small. Tech keys, we can turn something on. Out on the left side here. They've locked the passage on the other side to keep the sermon-excited crowd from forcing its way into the residential district. Change warband. Warband? Oh, cool. Interesting. So if you had more party members, you can swap them out on the flight. That's really cool. Especially because we're locked in, so we have a way of, you know, calling in someone else. A symbol daubed in blood. Comprehensible to the dull-witted residents of the Have Zone. This is how the local preachers mark the houses of those who are insufficiently zealous in their service to him. Oh, nice!
I'll crack your head open for the Emperor!
Okay, so he took the Steiner Scout Lance approach to that interaction. He ripped the guy's leg off and beat that guy over the head with it, and then stepped on his head, and now he doesn't have a head. The Ogren before you is so huge that it makes him look like a walking slab of rock. His body bears enough burns and wounds to kill any ordinary human, and yet they barely seem to be a nuisance to this giant. He takes a menacing step toward you, raising his weapon with a growl. Look at the Ogren. The abhuman's arms and shoulders are covered in pale scars. His uniform, tattered and poorly mended dozens of times over, is soaked with sweat and blood. The Ogren has a fearsome presence, but in his one unaltered eye, you catch a glimpse of confusion and fatigue. Dude isn't want to ask someone to lend a hand. He's a foot guy.
We should count ourselves lucky. Note the augmetic set into the cranium of this abhuman specimen. Said augmetic substantially facilitates his cognitive processes, which makes him intelligent enough to grasp concepts such as cause and effect, at the very least. Simply put, this Ogren has the capacity to assent to basic agreements.
Dude, they talk. This is cool. I must have him, yeah. Guardsmen, stop. Enough. You fought well. Halt in the name of the Inquisition. I'm not your enemy.
Not me enemy. The sergeant ordered to fight until reinforcement comes. But all the enemies are dead already.
The Ogren freezes at your placating gesture. He shakes his head and looks back at the carnage he's wrought. The anger on his face slowly turns to disappointment, and his growling gives way to comprehensible words. Ogren, best boy, full stop.
You're not the enemy, I thinks. Then, are you reinforcement?
Give him a Medicaid kit. Here, take this. You really should treat your wounds.
For me? I'm not allowed. It's what the sergeant says.
The Ogren seems torn.
But he's not here, so I'll take it.
He grins in satisfaction, and his giant hand snatches the Medicaid kit from you. Tell me your name, Ogren. The Ogren hesitates before showing you the tattoo on his bicep. 0118 Beta. Are you actually called 0118B?
Yes, in Tory number. But you can call me Coke. That's what the sergeant calls me.
They inventory the Ogrens? Interesting. What happened here, Cog?
We was on patrol. These ones came at us.
He gestures at the bandits.
Wounded the sergeant. He gave me orders. Hold position until reinforcement comes. The sergeant went to cover the rear, he said.
Who was in command of your unit?
Sergeant Ollie. 10th Platoon, Salinton, Satillan. Fusiliers, 27th. That's right, I thinks.
I like this guy. Metal test succeeded. Oh wow, 125% chance to pass. Evidently, the Ogren is talking about the Scintillan Fusiliers, regiments of the Astra Militarum. Some of the bodies around you are dressed in their uniform. Regiments of the Astra Militarum recruited from the offspring of noble families of Scintilla. The Fusiliers are equipped with high-quality weaponry, receive excellent combat training, and prefer to fight under conditions that are advantageous exclusively to them. So you're alone out here. No one else from your unit survived.
I'm with Sergeant Ollie. He went to get reinforcement, but he'll be back.
We should find Sergeant Ollie. Oh, okay. So he doesn't talk. Hamar. I won't count on it, pal. Hamar scoffs and turns to you.
I can't help but wonder why a squad of Fusiliers had to meet an inglorious death in this hole. What matters right now is we can't abandon Astra Militarum property, which is what this abhuman is. Either he'll end up in the wrong hands or he'll cause a lot of trouble if we leave him unsupervised. We had to return him to command, not to mention these boneheads are terribly expensive. Sarrow folds his arms, his tone indignant. The loyalty of this paltry-minded abhuman deserves more than what he has received for his faithful service. Look, you can't be allowed to remain here without command. 0118B, you are the property of the Imperium and must come with me until the matter has been cleared up.
I got orders. The sergeant said, hold position. Until the sergeant says so, I not leave position.
Oh. We must protect him from the unsupervised Ogrins. Rarely obtain any medals. Well, perhaps I should help you look for your sergeant.
I not know. But the sergeant was wounded. That's bad. Should find him, maybe.
Look, I don't know what the sergeant looks like. Come with me. You can help me to recognize him.
I got orders. But the sergeant has been gone long. Maybe he got lost. Maybe more of these ones attacked him. Have to find the sergeant. All right, we'll go. But can't leave Fusiliers like that. There's bugs here, and those reinforcements are always late.
Man, what a good guy to have around. Holy crap, this guy's super loyal. Gesture at your servo ossuarium. I will inform command about their bodies. Oh, we got faction reputation. Interesting with the Scintillant Fusiliers. The Ogren nods grimly. The entire time you spend establishing a connection and conveying the message, he looms over you like a dark, silent mountain.
All right. You'll command until we find Sergeant Ollie. Then he'll command. He knows what to do.
Man, that's cool. So we actually already have Ogren only equipment. And there, wow, look at this guy. So he has Ogren heavy armor 60, armor durability 16% damage reduction, maximum defense 25. He's got a big, well, mace. And as a backup weapon, he has the Ripper gun. Close quarters weapon, wielder can shoot with a weapon in melee range. And he's got a grenade. So he's got the boots of masochism. When the wearer is hit for the first time, he gains morale. Dude, that is ludicrous. Wow, good for him. What a guy. What a guy. What a nice guy. I like him already. My goodness. Well, we've got other equipment that we could wear, but honestly, I think it's all pretty standard comparable to what we got. If I take a look at our sword versus the chain sword, because chain swords are just cool. We got extra wound damage, vital damage, etc. Let's just stick with what we got and let's move on. So we've got our boy.
Moving.
And he's moving with us now. Excellent. We got more muscle. Turn on.
Initiating Vox frequency tracking mode.
Track down the sergeant's Vox signal. Wow, look at that. So on the bottom, there's a percentage if we're heading in the right direction. It's like a metal detector, but for the sergeant's voice, I guess. Oh, this is wild. Man, they really added new functionality in this game. This is nuts. Pull, athletics 100%. And we pulled up this trap. Maybe there's food inside. More goods. Nice. He's now your adopted son. He seems like a good son to have. My God, how lucky we are. How lucky we are.
No sense in delay.
All right, let's move around the outside. New angle here.
It's only right to share our finds. How about we divvy it out fairly for everyone, eh?
Tech use. Is that more loot? Nice. We got an axe. Fantastic. I'll take it. We'll take it. I mean, we're getting farther away from his sergeant, so we just need to keep that in mind. But medicated inspect. What the heck is this? Oh my God. What is that? Jesus. The carcass of the sea monster shows clear signs of mutation. The precise cause remains a mystery. Dude, that is no sea monster. That is terrifying. Why is this here? Who decided this would be a good idea to let that be there? Can't you chop it in little bits and like dispose of it or something? Dear God, can we hop up? Oh, we can climb up. Wow. Look at that interface. They actually indicate you can go up. That's neat.
No sense in delaying.
Creature. Can we?
Holy Ordos teach
Hidden bag. And they've got a fire grenade. Oh, I know who needs that. Miss Flames herself. Actually, you know what? What about the pyromancer guy? He doesn't have any grenades. He can have more fire grenades. You think you need more fire grenades, my guy? Can we get over here? Do we have to hop over there? If I... Oh, it leads us here. I could try to go around. Searching out of range now.
Keeping my eyes open.
Now we're back in range. Doors locked. Requires athletics.
Mind your surroundings.
And he just moved a big old cog. Cog moved a cog. Cog literally moved a cog.
And everything in it's mine too.
What's this?
Well, you probably won't mind me taking stuff then. Repair kit plus 30 armor durability.
It just looks like.
I mean, that's really crazy. I mean, can I put that on cog? He already has a repair kit. Oh, wow. How fitting. You are missing something. You also could have a repair kit. Doesn't that sound good to you? There you go, buddy.
Put a bolt through my gizzard if it's not a rich folk thing.
Nothing out here.
No sense in delay.
Can't get up there. We already talked to that gentleman. Oh, we're getting closer. 95% recologer.
I'm busy.
How do I get up there? I want to get up here. Man, I'm like right there.
Carefully.
What was that? Apparently we detected something. Oh, there's secret goods right there. What is that? Perception got us a cracked data slate. A man in sumptuous clothing is shown on the cracked screen. The pic bears a caption, Istival Barlow Duke. When missing 2 weeks ago, last seen in the Marisportum Sectoris, appearance blonde hair, green eyes, wearing a red jacket with a gold-colored scarf around his neck. Height above average, build is slender. Identifying features, gold implant in place of his right hand, tattoo with 2 skulls on his left leg. Data slate owner left some personal notes below. Marisportum is dangerous and it smells like an outhouse. Well, I don't know how helpful that is. His relatives paid the magistratum handsomely to look for him. I need to speed things up, or can I say goodbye to my fee? Istival was seen on the shore. Why would he come down here? Locals talk about a maniac dismembering people at Lead. A delicate noble could fall victim to such a person. Found unidentified body parts on the shore. Strange clothes, hopefully not Istival. Similar remains found on the lower levels cut symmetrically. Killer signature style, I need to keep looking. Last entry corrupted. Holographic map looks like Marisportum. Text is unreadable, but creator has marked 2 points and drawn a line between them. So I'm curious if we go to our map. First of all, oh my god, marketplace? Let's head to the marketplace because I bet there's a way up, right? So this, choose party members. Oh, this is if I want to swap out party members, right? Yeah, negatory. Let's. Can I get through here? They've locked the passage to keep the sermon-excited crowd from forcing its way in the residential district. So maybe I need to talk to the crowd or interact with them in some fashion. Maybe I need to scare them or something like that. I can't really seem to interact with them directly. And when I came this way, this is where I found our Ogrin buddy. And then we're getting farther from his Sergeant's Vox signal. If we come through here, did we miss a way through, perhaps? I don't know who these guys are out that way. They seem to be cowering behind some stuff. And I can't continue in this direction, so I'm just holding down tab right now as I walk around to see if anything highlights. Nothing new that I can tell. I don't know if I can get on top of these hab roofs. What's this? A crowd of onlookers prevent you from approaching the chest. Can I talk to them? Disperse the crowd with your sigil. Disperse the crowd by shooting over their heads. Oh, maybe I can do the same thing with the other guys. We'll do the sigil. Wave the Inquisition. Get away from the loot. This belongs to the Emperor, my god. Multi-key. Do sleight of hand first. Nice. And we can get more medical kits and some motion predictor sensors. Excellent. Hey guys, Inquisition here. Get out of the way. Let's move.
Sibelius the Infallible knows. Glory be to the God Emperor.
They're not gonna... They're not susceptible to the same sort of thing, it seems.
Yeah, the sermon will be over soon and we'll get to work.
Well, how can we get the sermon to be over now? I know. What if I talk to Eyeball? Eyeball's like right there. He knows the place. Oh, we don't want to talk anymore? Well, I can't open up the door. I can't rightfully like target something and blow it up. And if I select this, all it's going to do is like swap out people. So that doesn't help us. I can't talk to this gentleman. And when I talk to him, they say just wait until the service is over. So there's got to be something I can do to influence them. Like, I don't know, toss a flame grenade. If I head out this way, I could talk to the Vox. Is there another way to leave? Nope, that's probably not going to help us. Oh, nice. Look at this. There are different routes around. Mobility, 90%. But that's only if I'm up there, it appears. I can't get there otherwise. Yeah, you need a certain party member. Well, the problem is I can't. Maybe. I don't think so, though, because I can't leave the area. I'm locked in the area until I complete it. So there's got to be a way around. Otherwise, you'd be stuck, you know? So we just need to find something to interact with or some path. I mean, I know that there's this ladder. It seems like that's important. What about the preacher? Can I talk to him? Maybe get him to move the crowd?
How did it go again?
I put my faith in pain.
I put my faith in pain, and thus my faith grows.
Yeah, that didn't do it. I was hoping he'd like call the crowd over here.
Send me a heavy ship, so that by my word.
Local. Well, we haven't been this way. What's this way? Woman in rags. Inspect.
Adequate.
A woman swathed in rags quite skillfully avoids drawing attention, her eyes intently sweeping over the people around her. Okay.
Always on the move.
Servant, hermit. I mean, that is suspicious, if you ask me. But we'll talk to the ecclesiarchy servant. Maybe they're trying to bar entry. Be grateful for the honor of visiting this place, abhuman. Wow, what a jerk. Oh, these guys look cool. Oh, it's the sisters. The deaconess, the novice.
Truly allowed to behold an agent of the Golden Throne. One of those who fervently serve the God Emperor within the ranks of the Holy Inquisition. Saint's blood. I can hardly believe it.
Nice.
I am Deaconess Invida, a servant of the Adeptus Ministorum. By the will of the God Emperor, Cardinal Ignato himself has permitted me to bestow blessings of the Scintillan mission upon the worthy.
Well, hopefully as you do that, then the people you bestow blessings upon will realize that they're living in Vida Loca. I made that up myself right now. I'm pretty proud of that one. May I see the blessings available to me? Yeah, that's us. You're not worthy. Take me all in. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, they're the vendor for the Scintillans. Makes sense. Well, I don't need that right now, but thank you very much. What else do they have? Goods for us to steal? I mean, requisition on behalf of the Holy God Emperor himself. Yep. That's why we're here.
This land still has a chance for salvation.
Burn corpses, smell of promethium and incense.
The sister will bring his light here.
Battle Sister Field Bunker. The modular design allows it to be deployed even on the unstable ground of Merisportum. Got it. The detail is crazy. Look at this. I mean, it's hard to see unless the light were off and I were able to shine a light on it, but just all of the reliefs and stuff like that, the actual, like you can see this gauntleted fist on their banner with holding some thorned rose. Really, really cool stuff. I'm seeing footsteps leading up here and there's Sister Septima. Nice. Inspect. Wow, look at that. Look at that. That's badass. Sister Septima's own banner. It commemorates an obscure saint of the Order of the Sacred Rose who devoted her life to service. Force access, tech use. Are you in your right mind, Acolyte? Another stunt like that'll consider it tantamount to heresy.
Leander de Taral's acolyte. I remember you.
Okay. Sister Septima studies you with a steady, appraising look, making something inside you clench.
Rarely does one meet acolytes who bear the burden of their duty with such zeal. Continue to be steadfast in your undertakings, and you shall learn the grace of serving the God Emperor.
I'm curious if that has to do with our monodominant leaning or not. If her response is like that, right? Lord Inquisitor Zerb sent me to assist you, sister. Yet I know nothing of your objectives.
I thank the God Emperor for this. Corruption cannot disturb an empty mind. For now, you need only know what I tell you. First, Inquisitor Millicentilia has lost the greater part of her servants in this hab zone. This has slowed her investigations, and consequently, our joint work. Find out what happened to them as soon as you can. Otherwise, Inquisitor Millicentilia will be forced to spend time she should be devoting to saving Calixis.
I must say, I really, really like this feature that you can mouse over the speaker and see the full art. I think that is such a cool touch. That's so cool.
Second, my servant Dirkus was to make contact with the local preacher Ursimus. His orders were to question Ursimus and bring me the particulars I require. Dirkus has the gall not to present himself before me. You must descend into the bowels of this rotten place, learn where Dirkus is now, and bring him to me. You will recognize my servant by the robes of the ecclesiarchy, black hair cropped short, and the implant plate set into his forehead.
Oh, and I do notice they keep saying that these are clues. So we're finding clues, materials with no clear history that are currently not related to any specific investigation. Determining their significance may require a more thorough examination or some amount of patience, which is kind of interesting because it makes me think, since we're doing an investigation, we'll be acquiring clues, and then we'll probably piece them together, I would imagine, in order to paint a bigger picture, yeah. Since when are we obliged to act as lackeys for the Adeptus Sororitas? Oh, Hamar, don't say that right here.
The Lord Inquisitor has transferred all of you to serve under my command for the duration of this mission.
Ixnay on
Therefore, at present, you are to follow my orders. What happens afterward, only the God Emperor knows.
Oh my God, Hamar, you're gonna get us in so much trouble. You can tell they put a lot of... They did. You work alongside Inquisitor Millicentilia.
Inquisitor Millicentilia is conducting her own investigation here. Her efforts are, without doubt, directed at supporting the Tyrantine Cabal. Yet, upon learning of my arrival, she did not see fit to join my righteous mission. Our talks about working together have stalled, and she now avoids my company.
Her frosty tone leaves no uncertainty. Despite her attempt to make light of the situation, there is no love lost between the Sister of Battle and the Inquisitor.
Given Inquisitor Millicentilia's dire circumstances, it is all the more surprising that her agent, Rufinus Scragg, is probing the Marisportum Sectoris on some mission. I must know what he is trying to sniff out. My people have lost track of him. Therefore, I entrust this task to you.
So interesting. It actually says case opened on the trail, and you have a clue. So if we go to the Inquisitorial Journal, which is different...
According to the report, the agent bears an old burn covering half of his face, and an augmentation on the lower part of his left leg, below the knee. These distinguishing features will guide you in your search.
Scragg's whereabouts are unknown to you?
He who is charged with watching the agent failed in his duty, and now pays the price for that negligence. This, however, was merely a temporary lapse.
I'll do whatever I can.
It is heartening to see that you grasp the significance of this mission.
Are you suggesting we search the whole Hab Zone to find Dirkus?
To avoid fruitless searching, go to Confessor Ursimus, head of the Flock of Repentance. He dwells in the so-called Upper Town. You will find him at the very top. The workers' devotional service should be drawing to a close, so you may pass through the gates freely.
That's...
Say that I sent you, and he will reveal every secret.
This was the key. We had to do this before that sermon would be over.
You arrived with sufficient haste, so I judge Dirkus could not have been swept away in the toxic surge. Bring him to me alive and whole.
Find the preacher Dirkus, return him. The objective is clear.
I am not finished yet. Since the last tidal surge, people have been disappearing from these parts. Most of the missing were certainly swallowed by the raging flood, yet others vanished afterward. People continue to go missing. On some nights, as many as 50 can be unaccounted for. Among other tasks, you must discover what became of those unfortunates, and who is responsible for their disappearance. That is all for now. Go and see to it.
So, before we wrap up, because obviously we're at time, one thing I want to see is the Inquisitorial Journal. Look at that. So there's our standard journal, which tracks quests, our progress against it, what we've completed, what we have not, right? And next steps. But there's the Inquisitorial Journal, which it looks like have cases and all the clues associated with them. I'm assuming the +2 and the +1 have to do with how many clues we've gathered associated with that case. On the trail, what's the current status of the agent's missions? Great. And we can eventually make a report. That's cool. So agent's mission detail remains unknown. Pursue your leads as you investigate. All clues and information will be organized in your case file. And we acquired this clue towards them having a mission from our dialogue. That's so cool. And so you sort of like slot this all in order to put together a picture, I assume. There, and you have this little dossier on Rufinus Scragg. That is really cool. That is really, really cool. And then make a report afterwards, and then I'm assuming you've completed your quest. So it's a different way of tracking it. Very visual, very almost like, I don't know, CSI, like, oh my God. Yeah, that, I don't know about this guy. He's definitely got his eyes wide open for the Emperor. That's for sure. My goodness. Well, that's terrifying. Yeah, definitely don't want to meet that guy. Well, holy crap. This has been awesome. So obviously you got to wrap up there, but man, so far so good. So bunnies, thanks so much for hanging out with me. Obviously we didn't get into any combat or anything like that. We did a lot of exploring, but I must say that at least from the little that we've seen, there's a lot of detail. There's a lot of nuance to the puzzles. I mean, they're still straightforward, but they're entertaining enough, and you can still get yourself some pretty good loot out of it. I like all of the adjustments to, it's like easier. It's just easier to navigate, right? From leveling up, seems streamlined. You get a preview of all of the levels and the major things that you get to pick in one straight line, like left to right. You can read it like a calendar almost. When it comes to actual dialogue, it's actually on a scroll, so no matter what the background is, you don't have text superimposed over something that might make it harder to read. It's larger text. You have little things like you can mouse over, get pop-ups on the actual art that is there. There's even voice acting, and there's new, I guess, like new companions and new systems available on top of everything else, including the Inquisitorial Journal, etc. So far so good. I'm really enjoying this one so far. So it'll be kind of neat to see how it moves on, and then I suppose when it's in full release we can take a look again. So thanks again for joining me. Next time I'll be streaming is tomorrow at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, same bun time, same bun channel. We'll be back again with Star Sector, and we will continue because there's a lot of progress to be made as we work for I guess finding out more about the threat and working for the, I don't remember, Galatia? I don't remember the name of the academy. The Academy of Researchers. So it'll be neat to see how the story goes. So that's going to be starting tomorrow, and we'll play that through Thursday, and then we'll reassess with the bunnies at that point. So hopefully you found that interesting. Big thank you to Owlcat Games again for giving us an early opportunity to take a look at it before the game is released. And if you'd like to hang out until the end of the music, we'll go in and give someone a nice raid. I had a total blast. I hope you did as well, and I can't wait to get into the next one with you. Have a wonderful, wonderful night.